everybody. Hope you're all doing well today. Right, yep. We're going to do the best we can. That is, Right. It'd be tough out there sometimes. So we're going to do our best. Right. Oh, game. Let's hope that was just only had an issue with this emulator graphical errors for one game. And that was an easy fix actually, so hopefully this one works right. Nintendo 64 has always been really buggy in regards to emulating. It's weird inside of a Nintendo 64. Okay, I mean it seems like it's working. I don't think the audio is loud enough, but hold on. Let me adjust the screen size real quick. Apologize, I just need to move the last of my windows into place and we'll be good to go. Okay, that should be everything. Looks like the game is still a little quiet. Wonderful. In case you're not familiar with this game, it's an interesting one. Not as popular as it should be because it's really weird. As interesting as this game is, you'd think it'd be a lot more popular. It was made by Rockstar. I think before they were called Rockstar, they were a company. They made this game. And then they later, Grand Theft Auto. It's funny to think about. Essentially, there's a space laboratory, and they took animals into space to do space animal stuff. And while in space, they all got converted into robots. And now it's on a collision course back with Earth, and you're a human and a robot. Heroes for hire. You got sent back up there to stop that from happening. But you'll see here, you'll see. Just some wonderful humor in this game. I miss this game. As weird as it is, as cool as the premise is, and the fact that it was made by Rockstar, I will never understand why more people don't know about this game. It's one of those great mysteries lurking in the world. It's right up there with Mario Land 2 for one of the most underrated games ever made.
Yep.
Eject. So, it finally ejects. And you'll see he got knocked into pieces. So, levels in this game are like you've seen that file select. Though the ship is divided into segments, each of those segments is a level. In each of the quarters, there's 4 different quarters. Each of those is a biome. So, like, grassy, plain, domestic. And then there's a winter one, like a tundra one. There's a desert one, and I think a jungle forest one, I think. Oh, Amber, good morning. I appreciate you. But that's the shtick of this game. You are going through each of the sections of the ship, accomplishing objectives. Here's our objectives for this one. You see it's got the check boxes. In your Evo, at the end of each of the biomes, you get a piece of your body back, and you need those to fight the final boss. But until then, you're this data chip. If you kill an animal, you can actually possess that animal. You can become that animal. And they have different abilities. You use those abilities to fight other animals, but you also use those abilities to solve puzzles. So that's like, yeah, it's an amazing game. I just been meaning to get around to playing it. So you might get out of this mess alive. Repair you. We need as many of those purple power cells as possible. Get some energy. Get a sheep. That sounds wonderful, actually. So good luck doing that. So these are the purple energy things. I don't remember exactly what they do, but like the game keeps track of how many you pick up, so like we're going for completion, so why not, right? Besides that, every level in the game has a golden like relic thing. It's like a hidden objective that you need to accomplish to get it. And if you get all of them in every level, you unlock a special mini game. But the fun thing about that is one of the relics is bugged in that you can't actually pick it up. You can make it spawn, you can't pick it up. So without actually using Game Shark cheating, you can't get all of them, which is funny, but we're going for completion, so let's just, spawn it and walk into it and pretend like we picked it up, because the game won't let us. We'll consider that completion. You can destroy these speakers, and they actually do affect audio. If you stand close to a speaker, it'll be louder. God, it has been years since I played this. Where is the... Oh, so... Let's capture ourselves a sheep. and you get a new animal, the statistics for that animal pop up. So here, like, I was calling it Plains. I think it's called Europe. Water resistant, doesn't do damage in water. All of its stats are here. I think it's really interesting. And it'll repeat if you let it. Hold on, I'm curious. What does the stuff say in the background? Because like this, you're never able to tell. Is there anything important? I wouldn't have been surprised if it was a joke, but it really is just okay. Because like yeah, you're not normally able to pause this. Alright. That's a little disappointing, but like I said, at the time, there would have been no way to read this anyway. Alright. Just something I didn't know. Got the sheep. So the sheep thing, you see how the dog was able to attack the sheep? Dog can attack. Sheep can't attack, but it can do this. So... and you can, besides just going from body to body, you can just eject. But if you're out like this, you take continual damage until you die. So it's not ideal, but you can. Alright. Very few of these... really? Very few of these gold statue things that we collect I'm going to remember how to get. But this one I actually remember. It has been years. Oh, we haven't actually possessed the dog yet. We started as the dog, so it didn't count it. That's cute. Right. Alright, come on you guys. I apologize, I had a couple of kids at my door. Guys, really? And actually I just realized their water could stand to be changed, so give me just 1 second to change their water. What? Alright, I'm sorry about that. I feel inconsiderate for that, but as much as I love you guys, I gotta make sure I take care of my animals. I love them, and they need clean water. Like, you would want clean water too, right? Yeah. Make sure they got clean water. Alright. In my mind, this is the, if you could have a game be remade or a sequel made, it blows my mind. I don't understand how more people haven't heard of this one, or how they just never did anything with it after this. Yeah, like, okay, you get the sheep in front of the, thing there. Like, imagine what they could do with this now besides, like, better graphics. Right. Different biome. more levels, more animals. Like there's a good amount of animals you can be in this game, but like if they redid this, oh my god, it's as much as you want, animals and terrain and all kinds of cool stuff. Now we got lucky there because there's a few sheep in this level. There's at least another one. Yeah, okay, so there's at least one more sheep. I thought there was 3 here, but I may be wrong. But it has to be the specific sheep that was in that cutscene, which is very messed up. But you know, it'd be tough out there sometimes. All right, let's get out of here. Tutorial level. Okay, so I see here. This is a better view of it. So yeah, you got 4 different biomes. And they're not exactly quarters either. I thought they were. Huh. Like I said, it's been a while. Yeah, you got more. Okay, yeah. Alright, cool. Let's continue. Right. Get 4 sheep into the pen. Find the mouse with wheels. Like I said, all these animals turned into robots. That's why they can do this stuff, like float and have wheels. You can just kill the sheep and then take over their body and get them into the pen that way. But it's just, it would take a very long time. So we're just going to do it that way. So like assuming you screw up or you can't get them in. Because hey, you can bark at them and they'll run away from you. So like a sheepdog. We have to let the fence down so they can get in. And when you do that, sometimes they'll run out, so it's a little frustrating. And sometimes you may just want to yeah, take their bodies, but yeah. Alright, Mr. Sheep. Sheepy sheep. Sir, actually, hold on. Can I? If it's the last one, would that count? I think it would, because they would all be in the fence, right? That's weird. Is it gonna hold on? Do I have to like abandon the sheep in there, or what do you want me to do? How are you counting 4 sheep? Because like that was 4 sheep. All right. Yeah, that should have done that the way we did the first 3, but I thought that was gonna work. All right. And if you look at when we get a new animal, it says how well it does in water. Some animals can't be in water; they will take damage. You know, some electronics are waterproof and some aren't. There you go. So that should be fine now that we've Yeah, see, now that we've achieved the objective, we don't actually, it doesn't matter if they get out now. So it's just, we can use this sheep because it can get places a lot easier. Right. I'm sure how well you can hear. I'm going to turn up a little bit. Because the walking noise the sheep makes when it walks across like wood and metal and stuff, love it. Look at them sheep legs moving. Woo. Don't know why I like that as much as I do, but I do. Alright, Mr. Sheepy Man. You can see the bars at the bottom left. That blue one, that's my float meter. So like, you can see the green one. And for my purposes, that sheep ba doesn't actually do anything. But each of your A and your B button, those green and the blue, have a meter. So my flow would run out after a while. That's true of each different animal, like the okay, we got a dog there. We do not want to be a sheep for that, because we can't attack. I'll have to fight that dog. Buddy, over here. See that bar to the right of the blue? That would be the health of whatever you're attacking, so you can actually see that. You just have to look at the your heads up displays in the bottom left. So be mindful of that. Right. Okay. Camera buttons work like you'd expect them to. Right, okay. Really? Am I gonna need a sheep for this? Because I shouldn't, but alright. Should be able to do this without. I gotta time my jumps better though, don't I? Hold on. Let's come at it from that way. Got more of a lip over here. Can I reach you from over here? Hey! Okay. And we do want to get completion, so I know how to do that in this one. But we need all these purple things also. Does a sniffing sound effect when it gets close enough to a flower. That's adorable. It's the little things. So there's the mouse with wheels. And let's say there may be two more of those purple things on that island. Let's see if we can find them though. Well, yeah, no reason we can't grab the mouse now, I guess, right? We'd have to, alright, there we go. So keep an eye out for those last two. We're still at the very beginning of the game, so like these aren't going to be very difficult, but It's been, oh my god. Wow, yeah, middle school. Maybe before that. Actually, probably before that. Wow. Where's the last one? Alright, so yeah, we do need to get to that at Middle Islands. Alright, that's fine. You see the green bar is my health. The bar underneath that will represent anything we're fighting. It's a mouse. So you see water resistance poor. If this thing ends up in the water, it takes damage. Very mobile though, like this, it's very easy to move with this mouse around. And you can do the attack, which has, you see the green meter there. Wait for it to recharge, or the speed boost, and you see the blue. Okay. To get the I would demonstrate how it takes damage in the water, but believe me, at some point in this game we are going to be dunked in water and take damage as a result, so like, if you really want to see that, I guess stay tuned. There's a racing dog, you see how it has wheels instead of feet. And missiles on its back, because racing dogs also have missiles. No. I had to have beaten him by frames. That was disgusting. He about landed on me on the finish line. Wow. Yeah, but that was very bad, but we won. We got our trophy. Just make sure we get on that middle island, but we have to grab the purple thing before we go over that teleporty pad. Otherwise, that'd be very bad. I have to start over, or at least start over, get all the purple things right. So I forgot that the grassy, plain, foresty, domestic area they refer to as Europe. And I think that's kind of cute. Deactivate the big machine, deactivate the electric fence, get something soft and fluffy. And they give you reasons, like, and read off the objectives, but Dan back in the ship will say stuff at you also. Okay, this one I'm less familiar with. Okay, so yeah, we're getting to the part where it's like, I don't remember anymore. Yeah, I don't remember. Probably won't be hard to figure out, but yeah, I don't remember. I think it's just pushing these buttons fast enough, right? No. Yes. Alright. And then same for these. No. Okay. I was stressing it, like, they gave me a good window there, right? Yeah, it's not nearly as difficult as I was making it out to be in my brain. What it is last time I played this, like I said, I was a child, so like, I remember this being very difficult, but you know, child. Right. I think these monitors will tell you about the animal you currently are, as if you were to just have acquired them. Yeah, okay, right. In case you want some specs on your animal. What's over here? Sheep. Alright. There we go. Didn't take long. Demonstration. We do need a sheep though, so let's go this way. I forgot that there were foxes in this game. Oh my god, you're strong. Whoa! Yeah, that was a bad idea. Oh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We'll find some health, ideally. That'd be great. Oh, man. Yeah, that was... Oof. Okay. Mr. Fox, man. Remind me to never make Defoe angry. Apparently, he could just, like, body slam us. I hadn't realized. Sheep, come here. There we go. Unfortunately, we don't get health by picking up a new animal. But now we are, we resist water, so we can get places. And I don't think I need a fox for anything. They're just there to protect those trees there. So I think we'll be alright. Yeah, we should be fine. Just gotta find the, go through the rest of these, those rings and find the purple stuff. And if we're slick enough about it, I don't know, as slow as the sheep is, we'll find out. It's very not ideal going up against those foxes as the sheep, because, yeah, like, sheep is very slow. So was there anything else over there, or did we already grab that purple thing? I've got to think there's another one over there. Yeah, I'd be shocked if anything in here required getting a fox, because yeah, that would be very difficult. Really? Oh, racing mouse probably, right? Hold on. Let's just, what are you? Health. Right. Guys, we got some health. We'll be alright. And we'll make this work. Oh, springy sheep. Hold up. Yeah, we got this. We got this. We're fine. We got a springy sheep. Ooh. Ooh. Springy thingy. Oh, game. I love you, game. I missed you. I forgot this thing was here. I forgot this was a thing. Oh, man. Love me a springy sheep. Forgot about them. Alright, we're healed up. Let's get out of here and have fun now. We have another health down here if we need it. We can still do our bat attack, which is very important. Now we can also spring around. So we can jump. We also have like a corkscrew descending attack. And I would be shocked if we wouldn't just outright kill these things. Yeah, like look at that. That was, wow. For whatever reason, the springy sheep's attack is just like, Yeah, it's very, very strong. You're very, like, you don't bump into any in this game. Like, they're just super rare, but fun. Let's grab ourselves a fox just so we can have a fox. If we're talking about like damage output, these foxes are actually pretty good. It's just everything falls short of the springy sheep. And when it says teleport, it means this. Let's teleport. So, how does it want to do this then? Hold on. I think I need that mouse to get that last ring. So let's see what we can do. We should be fine now that we healed. It shouldn't be an issue. So we'll get that fox to get that last ring. What hurt me just there? Weird. Alright. And we will get this mouse to get that ring, and we'll get the sheep to get on those platforms. We'll be alright. I kind of like this because after the first couple levels, first 2 levels, I don't remember any of these at all. So like, aside from like being familiar with what some of these animals can do, I'm very unfamiliar. So we're having to figure all this out again, which I have to think in a puzzle game is the best way to do it. You go into a puzzle game already knowing all the solutions. That's not fun, right? I would assume that if we get the rest of the rings, that'll be the trophy for us. Could get another sheep. We have one right here though. Alright. Alright. The only downside is how slow the sheep is. It's alright. This is the game that teaches you patience. Oh, those trees really do be wiggling at us. Those trees are just jamming. Oh man. Right. Just a funny quirk of how these games are made. Back then they couldn't 3D model everything, so that's obviously it's a 2D picture that's designed to just face you at all times to make it look like it's leaves. And of course, because it's meant to face you at all times, any jittery movement on the game's part would make the trees wiggle, and I think that's funny. Hey. Alright, team. We did it. I'm proud of each of you. I do believe we'll have to leave our springy sheep behind though. I'm a little sad about that, but you know, we'll do the best we can. Yeah, like I was saying, I don't remember very much of this game past the first couple levels and what some of the animals are. So I can't say for certain if we'll bump into another springy sheep. Gotta think we will, though. Raise the bridge sections, grow some carrots, switch off the electric fence. Awful lot of electric fences in Europe. I wasn't aware. Mouse time. Oh, guys, these ones are thorny. Someone contact Pointy for me, please. Tell them I said hello. These are their people, because not just thorny, but Europe, so that's fun. So, you know, it's just all around, it's got layers. What are we doing here? Oh, it's a ram. Hold on. Guys, we got a ram. Sir? In battle with a ram. Got you. So same as a sheep, but instead of a float, it has a headbutt. They're following me. Oh, hold on. We'll utilize that later. I want them to stay there for right now. We're gonna do some ram-related activities. Family friendly. Why did I jump higher that one time? Yep. Okay. Okay, so I believe we need those boxes for something. It would seem likely. Like, they float in the water, so I believe we're intended to use them as a bridge. Use them across this bridge, you hit that switch, and that would build this bridge. I believe, right? Okay, let's do that. I think that's the intent, right? Could just kill a sheep and do it. But for some reason my brain's telling me that's the wrong answer. Let's not do that. I'm not sure why either, but let's just do this. There's something a little more morbid about killing one of those sheep with this ram because the ram was protecting the sheep. I don't feel good about that. I'm not sure, just because I'm not positive what we need for the gold statue in this level. And oftentimes to get the gold statue, it'll be something that you can accidentally prevent yourself from doing if you do something wrong. The objectives in here, as long as you don't die, you can more or less like try as many times as you want, as long as you don't die. But for the statues, there's really precise things you can do, and you can screw yourself over. So I'm wanting to leave those sheep alive right now, just in case we need them for something. Like if we have the option, let's just leave them alive for right now. Let's move this slightly closer. Because this ram can not jump very well. That'll be fine. Cool. And bump, bump. Oh, yeah, that'll be perfect. Oh, Defoe, good morning. We just bumped into some of your people. Yeah, Code, good morning. That's what I'm saying. This game is amazing, and I missed it, and I probably haven't played it since I was in elementary school. Like, around, for real. It's been a long time. In my mind, it's one of the most underrated games ever, but, you know. Actually, fun fact about this game that you may not have known, because they went by a different name at the time. Rockstar, the people who made Grand Theft Auto, they're the ones who made this. Before they were Rockstar, they were under a different name and they made this one. So I think that's interesting. So what I'm saying is we need to contact Rockstar and make them make a sequel. Like, make them make a sequel. Right? Oh, is that going to be good? This or this ram can really not jump. You know, they say about rams, can't jump. Alright. Oh, but no, Defoe, good morning. You as well. Code, good morning. Both of you guys. Hope you're both doing well today. Jump. God, ram. Alright. Actually, fun fact about rams. I'm sure you're familiar with the vehicle Dodge Ram. The company Dodge, you know, right? Actually, really, how is that box moving like that? Because it shouldn't be moving like that. Hold on. Game, game, game. Knock it off. This is a warning. No, the inventor of the vehicle actually named it that after he got into a fight with his wife, and she started throwing computer parts at him. So that's how he got the name. Did I just do all this? Hold on. Forget it. I'm grabbing a sheep. I don't care. All right, if it's gonna be that difficult, I'm grabbing a sheep. Got some coffee. That is, yeah. It is very early, and I also have some coffee, so I understand. Like, but look at that. They follow me around. They trust me. I feel so bad about this. Ugh, guilt. Alright. Well, now that we're murderers... I'm joking, we were already murderers. But they trusted me. Okay, if we walk away, it should go back down. No, I didn't think it would. I just made that so much more difficult than it had to be. Which is my catchphrase, probably. Right. Okay. Alright, Mr. Ram. Oh god, they trust me. Oh god. Wait, did one get out? Buddy! No, it went back in. That's weird. Okay. Well, we got boxes over there that don't do anything now, so hopefully we didn't need those. I gotta think we needed those. Hold on. What did I do wrong? Ah, okay. Rocket dogs? Right. Wow, that was a bad decision on my part. I think it's here that we needed those boxes for. Probably. It certainly seems like it. So... Okay, hold on. We need to have an alternative because there has to be a way here. I'm mostly just worried about those rocket dogs. Oh god. Oh, why are you allowed a ranged attack? Hitboxes. Get away from me. Nailed it. Wasn't scared. It's fine. We're being sneaky. It's not cowardly. It's sneaky. We're being smart. Alright. Gonna grow some carrots. It's fine. Get away from me. It's perfectly understandable. He has a ranged attack. It's cheating. I'm literally bringing a ram to a missile fight. And, you shouldn't do that. That's why they say don't bring a ram to a missile fight. They're just saying, okay, whoop, 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 whoop. Nailed it. Oh God, Defoe, would you mind? Would you do me a favor? Tell him to leave me alone. Okay, really? Jump. He can't jump and we can, so we're gonna use that to my advantage. Really, sir? Knock it off. Stop it. Get some help. Okay. All right. Fine. You. Let me confiscate your body. Ooh, the worst pickup line. Okay. Can I get up here? Not yet. Okay. Progress. We're making progress, but we're very hurt. This one. Does this one lower if you walk away? It doesn't. I thought one of them did. Man, Defoe. That's reasonable. Appreciate you anyway. Alright, so what are we doing here? If I could get that fox, or if I get one of the dogs, that would do it. But I'd have to kill one of them first, so. Ram couldn't do it. The mouse might be able to get one of the dogs. Because, like, against the fox, the mouse would be destroyed, but, like, oh, we are very dead. We're dead here. I say out loud with my face, haha, bushes. The fox's greatest foe. Alright. We're going to take advantage of the fact that foxes can't jump. Ah, well, right. Well, all right. Well, it's just we're gonna hide. Okay. But the dog, as strong as the dog is, has a ranged attack, and the mouse can do some damage up close. It just can't out damage the fox, is all. But I'm betting that mouse could, assuming we could heal up a bit, that mouse could take out one of the dogs. And the dog could take out a fox. It's like a rock, paper, scissors situation. So let's see. I'll bet these have health in them in that case. Why did I think I needed to make a bridge? Like, I don't know. I just, yeah, alright, fine. Oh, hold on. Are you the ram? You are not the ram. Where's the ram? Actually, where is the ram? Hold on. Oh, yeah. I left it all the way over there, didn't I? I'm mad at myself. Oh my god. Fine. Just because to get the health out of those boxes, I need to break the boxes, and the only thing that can break the boxes is the ram or the mouse, and if the mouse goes in the water, he gets hurt. So. Although if I go over there, I'm probably going to die. Hold on. We got to be extra sneaky now. Because those dogs are very, very angry. It doesn't just because, here, I'll demonstrate a little bit. Once we get out of the water. Once we get across the bridge. I need to make sure I'm safe first. Alright. So you're not really the animal, you're this chip. You see if I'm out of the body, my health drains. So, like, it's really the health of that chip that's being taken. Okay, well, we got the ram, but now we have to actually, like, get back. And we don't have that floaty power that we had a little bit ago. It's, I mean, that's a very reasonable thought, actually. Get away from me! I think I made a comment like that earlier this stream, actually, like, that would be understandable, but like one, that would probably make it unfair because you could just swap into something else every time you get hurt. That seems a little broken, but like thematically, you're a robot and you got smashed up and you're doing this to stop the space station from crashing into the Earth, but you're also trying to locate your body parts. And that's why you can hop from animal to animal, because these animals have become they were in space and now they're robot animals, so that's how you can control them. Your microchipping stuff, right? Guys, we did it. Okay, so we built the bridge. So I gotta think that this is intended because otherwise the mouse wouldn't have been able to cross. So if we can't kill one of those dogs with the mouse, I'd be shocked. But we'll have to see. Like I said, once we have a dog, as long as we're smart about it, dog can beat nearly anything. It's got a range attack. You can stand back and just shoot at stuff. You just gotta be careful because the mouse is the thing here that takes damage while in water. Why can't I hit you with that? What? Really? Can I not hit you? Are you too tall? Why? Why can't I hurt you? Well, I mean, apparently you can't hurt me either, though. Hey? Hi? No? Guys, we have an issue. He's too tall for me to stab. Well? Sneak attack failed? Missiles, huh? Okay, I mean, if he's on an incline, we can kind of do it, but it's really... I gotta be careful not to fall in the water because this mouse takes damage in water. You really do have to be on an incline for me to hit you with this. I gotta think this isn't the intended way to do this. But, you know. Buddy. Oh, what are we gonna do? Bring the ram back. Ram could kill him. It's just like you have to close the distance. As slow as the ram is, you kind of have to like... Huh. Okay, well... Well, we've got options in that case. We can go after the dog with the ram, or we can go after the fox with the mouse, and that is... I think we'll have a better time with the ram, to be honest. Those foxes, like... Yeah, they're actually a lot more dangerous than you think they would be. I'd rather tussle with the missile dog. Alright. If you were here for the last level, you've seen what kind of damage they can do up close. At least for the dogs, you can like... Yeah, trick into getting close to you. I'm worried that there's a second one here somewhere, but... Alright, I was hoping there was like a rhythm to it, but I guess not. Buddy. We got it, we got to corner him. Oh, we are dying. Eat it! Oh, we almost got him. Ah, we are close to being dead. Can I get away? Can I get away? We got health. I just need to get away. He's very nearly dead. We can heal fully. If we do that again, just like that, we win. That is... Ooh. Yeah, there's something. You just gotta rely on them not being very smart because, yeah, he's faster than me and he can shoot me at a distance. So if he were to keep going away like that, yeah. Problem is there's a second one, so we gotta not tussle with the wrong dog. Cool. Got ourselves a racing dog. Because you know how like racing dogs have missiles. Okay, and this should do everything that we need to do. This is a very, very powerful animal we got ourselves. Okay, so now it's just about taken care of. Oh, hold on. Yeah, you can use this to... You can lure one of the animals in there and kill it that way. I think that might be the intent. I just now realized that. Oops. That's probably an easier way to do it, but like still not great because like I said, trying to lure an animal in there when they have a range attack. Ooh. Eat it. Sir. Alright. Let's charge up our one attack. No reason not to go in with a half-charged attack. Feels a little cheating, but you know, nature. When nature gives you missiles, you use those missiles. That's just the way it works. Oh, you're a racing fox. You're different. Really? That's weird. I mean, yeah, there's a racing dog, there's a regular dog, there's a... Yeah, alright. We found a regular fox last level. I didn't think there was a racing fox version. Alright. Right, we need a dog. So that's everything. Wow, we need a lot of purple things still, right? But we've killed nearly everything that needs to be killed. We're good. Just to be safe. It seems there was only one dog though, doesn't it? Okay, that's good news. So I think the only thing left is sheep, and sheep can't kill me. So we can actually just do what we need to do. Okay. Can I can't. Okay, hold on. How am I intended to get those purple things? I think it does want me to push a box, doesn't it? Is that the case? I'm mad about it. Ah. Because now we have destroyed all of them. That would certainly seem like the... Well, we can at least get the statue, right? Because I believe... I shouldn't be able just to float over there, so how should I get over there? Because it would want me to get from up there. Right. I think I may have screwed myself. Right. I just needed to save one box and I did not. Well, can I jump on top of you? I'm curious. Curious like a sheep. What are you? Attic? 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 Stuff? Wow, it's a camera. Huh. Okay. We may be able to make this work. We'll see. Maybe. No reason not to try. Would have helped if I was smart about those energy things. But in my defense, I'm never smart about anything. So I was just, you needed to learn to set better expectations for me, because you should have known that wasn't going to be the case. Alright, I think we'll be... I don't know. So... I jump up here. And then jump up here, and then didn't think that was going to work at all. Okay, cool. Because we really just need to like get from one thing to another, right? That's the thing. I didn't have enough height to make it work. So yeah, there we go. Cool. Yeah. So up here. Hey guys, we did it. Sheep can't fight, but sheep can float. It's like that movie It, when they say sheep float, or hope floats. There we go, hope floats. Right. Does the sheep do this? Will the sheep work? It does. All right. So come over here. So we got all of the purple things. Didn't think we'd be able to. The issue is now, we got ourselves a trophy to get. I'm not actually familiar with, maybe just pull a Santa Claus and go down the chimney. Let's try going down the chimney. There was a chimney. It's either in the chimney or it spawns there, or what's left to do that we haven't done? Well, when in doubt, we're just gonna kill everything. Let's take out that last sheep. See if that does it. Because you know, when in doubt, violence. Sheepy, 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 sheepy. You're already dead. Hold on. I know there's a sheep still alive. There you are. Ah. Yeah, God, I hate that so much. I'm sorry. I hate that. I finally am. Wow, you're never really done doing stuff like that, but it's like we reached a point where like I've got it taken care of. I just need to maintain that every few months, but it is very frustrating. I came down here again. Yeah, because like if you got a disability, it's harder to do things like that. But you only need to do like things like that if you have a disability. It's awful. So I'm sorry. Hopefully they do that for you and they make it as pleasant as it can possibly be. Am I like, I'm hallucinating. There's an imaginary sheep here somewhere, and I'm not crazy. I swear. Just hold on. All right. I think I'm imagining a sheep. Okay, fine. Imaginary sheep. Right. That's, you know, it happens. It happens sometimes. It's fine. Okay. So down here, there's nothing down here. Bunch of flowers. Oh, now we're kind of screwed because I'm down here. Okay, hold on. Whip, 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 whip. Okay. I lied. There are animals still left. Hold up. Do I? So they look. Okay, so the thing about these sheep is they follow you. So we either need to lure them somewhere to get the trophy or murder them. If I murder them, that'd make this whole thing much more difficult. Like up close, dogs or foxes are really strong. I would love to, but I would never have the capability. But I understand exactly what you mean. Like, I was saying for a while how much I want another one of these to be made. and more. Okay, yeah, for whatever reason, we just had to murder all the sheep. Cool, that's what it was. And I was right about the fireplace, so hey. Like, like different animals. There's like different biomes in this game, so it's like a tundra area, desert area. Like you could have so much fun just doing like different animals and stuff. But I would never be capable of doing that. There's a reason I'm a dungeon master. It's because I would never be able to make an actual video game in my life. D&D, it's all like talking, so it's much easier that way. Let's go around because I just don't want to have to climb those carrots again. I don't have any practical skill. Like I can tell a story, I can think up ideas, but I don't have any ability to make things. But I know exactly what you mean. I would love to. Alright. Oh my god, hold on. Okay, so here's my idea. We'll do this tabletop campaign one time. It'll be like D&D, but we'll be doing this instead. Yes. I'll figure out a way to make it work. Alright guys, we did it. We would have got done with this much sooner, but like I said, we're going for completion. Wait, let me on the teleporter, oh my god. I mean, I'm assuming, like, because that's that's the entire premise of the game. You swap from one animal to another, so I've got no idea how that would work, but I'm sure I could figure something out. I've got no idea. Find the key card, activate the bridge, open the security door. Right. Oh, this looks familiar in the scariest way possible. Why is this scaring me? Why am I scared all of a sudden? Oh, is this the level with the bear in it? Oh my god, it might be. This level is causing me to just worry. I'm about positive this has a bear in it. Yep, there he is. Because bears can pick these up, these cubes. But they're also very, very strong. Look at how they hop around though when they walk. It's adorable. Look at that thing. Look at his feet. Look at his feet when he walks. Look at him. He can't fit through there though, so that's look at his feet. I've got no way to hurt him without him hurting me, so we're just gonna back up and hopefully he goes away. Oh god, yeah, this is scary. I have to hide from him and hopefully we find something that can kill him. Or some other way. Oh! Guys, we got a rat. They drop landmines. Mr. Rat, I wish you'd be a little more cooperative. I mean, like, all the animals in this game turn into, like, robots. I think it's really cute. That, like, because you can have so much fun with this kind of stuff. Like, they gave a mouse wheels. Like, turning animals into, like, cartoon style, like, robot versions of those animals. I think that's such a fun idea. And they never, like, made another one of these games. Like, as far as I know, barely anyone even, like, remembers that these exist. There's something up there. What is up there? Is that sheep? There is some health. Can I get up there without the bear seeing me? Don't know where the bear is, but okay, cool. That's gonna help. So in here is where the trophy will be. I know that. So the trophy is rat related. Okay. I love this game so much, and they really just like, they never made another one. I'm very disappointed. I am scared of that bear. Oh, I can't even see him from this angle. Whoa, balls, okay. Why? Why was this necessary when they built the ship? Who decided this was a thing? I mean, it says the engine room. These are the engine balls. Makes sense. Oh God! Oh no! Good Lord! Can I lure you in here? Would you die if I like made you walk out here? Would you? If we get a bear, we basically win. But yeah, I don't know how that's gonna be doable. I could. Hold on. I'm very tempted just to lead them around and drop landmines, but I think they might be faster than me is the problem. I think we're safe over here. I don't think the bear comes over here. It doesn't seem like it anyway. Oh, the sheep jumped down, didn't he? We need that sheep. Sheep man. Sheepman. Why did you? We're right on the edge here, aren't we? Yeah, I need that sheep to get across that gap. Alright, fine. So we either need to destroy all the computers, maybe kill all the rats. There's a secret objective in every level to get a trophy. Like, you know, because it's a secret, it doesn't just tell you. Oh my God. Okay, scared now. Get away from me. No. Okay, that's not happening. I think we can really just kill the bear this way. Eat it, you nerd. Yeah. Is this gonna work? I did that in a very dumb way, but we got a bear. Almost dead. So we may die anyway. In case you're ever wondering, bear have a coal engine. So you're like, I wonder what fuel source bears have. Now you know. Okay, and I think those energy things are in those computers. So let's for right now do some dog stuff. I really wish we had more health. The ideal situation would have been to grab the dog, because we could have killed the bear easily with the dog. But I wasn't thinking that clearly. It's called hubris. I was really keen on killing that bear with that rat. Health. Oh, I don't care, Mr. Scientist. I'm sorry. I'm probably gonna come back and rescue you, but like for right now, let's just do that. Yeah, this for our purposes, this dog is more helpful for combat. Anyway, we need the bear to solve one of the puzzles, but this dog is going to be much better for combat. There's a sheep. That's where the sheep went. Oh, big good morning. How are you doing today? I both appreciate you and respect you. I'm playing one of those video games that I've heard so much about. is Defoe, you are correct. As far as champions are concerned, 10 out of 10. Been in a Nintendo 64 mood lately. When I say lately, I mean like... Yeah, you are. I mean like the past 20 years. That's what I mean by lately. That's one of the objectives. That's what I mean. You use animals for combat. You also use them for puzzle solving, and I love that. So like you look at the puzzle and you don't think it's like a very basic thing that a video game character should be able to do, like jump. But a lot of animals can't, so it's like you have to switch between them to solve puzzles, and I love that. I mean, you know, it's just the nature of things. If we didn't have healthy competition, then being the champion wouldn't mean anything, you know. It's got to be earned, and you earned it. That's why I also have a cooldown on it of a few days. Like you can't just grab it and have someone else immediately take it from you. Because I also feel like if you earn it, you should be able to enjoy it for at least a little bit. If you didn't, I'd be genuinely shocked. Because you have just an infinite amount of bumbles. You're just usually kind enough to not do that, which I wouldn't be that kind, to be honest with you. And so I mean, Big is probably the best of us. A lot kinder than I am anyway. Hey, Mr. Science Man. You good? Well, okay then, I'm just good. Hello? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we did that. You know, it really just depends on what you want to see. Because, like, that's what I mean. I'm sure not every purchase is going to be exciting for everyone. So, like, I try to provide multiple options. And that makes more of an issue because, yeah, like, if you want to buy, like, everything, then, like, you know, you got to make some hard choices. Cat status. I recently just cleaned up my room really nice. And, I redid their bed on my desk. But I also put down a couple pillows to the left of my desk on the other side. And Ellie's currently in a donut form, napping on those pillows, so she's just really enjoying herself that way. Miles is behind me. He's grooming himself. Let me expand the camera here. You can see him. I think he's looking at me currently. Well, give me my OBS a second to cooperate. Yep. Cleaning himself, being handsome. I love him. And Bella is downstairs. My family had some errands to run about an hour away. So they were gone all morning and they just recently got back. So Ella went downstairs to snuggle up on my mom. But she spent the morning napping on me. So that's what cats do most of the time. They just nap places on people if they find some that they like. Ooh, dad joke. Hold up. And a brush time. Hold on. Let me knock out the dad joke first. Then we got brush time. Just because I'll forget otherwise. I appreciate you guys. Oh, I've got an exercise animation. I should have a brush time animation. That'll incentivize me to brush him for longer, probably. Dad jokes. Still need to move those over. I say this all the time. I've got a whole list of things I need to do, and I just never get around to it. What do sprinters eat before a race? Nothing. They fast. Yeah, cat time animation. Okay, so actually what I'll do, I did just clean up, but I'm sorry, yeah, I'll just brush him on the bed there, hold on. He's very happy about it. He can't thank you personally, but just know that you've made his day. So thank you.
Hey, Papa. I know. I'm excited about it too. Come here. Hey. Hey.
He's still half asleep. He's just his heart wants it, but his body's waking up.
Hey. I know you're purring and purring. Ow, I love you too. Hey. Hey, sweetie. Hey. I know you love being brushed. I'm aware. Hey.
About knocked the fan over. I'm willing to bet any amount of money that he's going to come over and jump on my desk to get out the brush again. Yep, there it is. Come here, Bubba, up here. I want people to look at you. Hi. Hi. Miles, he wants the brush, he's just not very smart. Come here. Hey. Yeah, hey. He's just off camera. Ah. Hey. Miles, hi. You got to move slightly if you want the brush. You walnut. It's like he knows. You were never that far away from me. How are you doing that? Hi, there you go. Oh, now you're all the way over here. Hey. I know. Hey. 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 Hey, sweetie. Alright. You gotta go lay down now. I know. I love you too. You gotta lay down. Alright. You cutie bug. Alright. You can nap on my desk, but you gotta nap instead of cause trouble, right? Alright. Hopefully that was an exemplary brush time. He's currently nuzzling on the brush, so he's probably going to be doing that for a while. He loves being brushed. My cat. Oh, yeah. I got gifted that for Christmas. I don't know what else to do with this. We just put it on the wall. I treat it as a sort of like shrine, like you'd expect, like a culture that would worship a cat deity. That looks kind of like who you'd expect. All right, I appreciate you guys. Oh, hold on. Can I get away with stepping away for just 1 second? I was really hoping to show you something big while I had you here, if that's fine with you. I hate to. Just give me 1 sec. I'm working on something I want to show off. Hold on. I will be right back, actually. Just give me one moment. I need to transfer a file over, but it shouldn't take just 1 second. It, it took me a second to figure out what you were talking about. I'm like Jesus. I think the foe's finally snapped. I get you. Yeah, that's I mean, sometimes you need a cigarette. It's tough out there. All right, hold on. So I'm gonna put it up on screen. I'm gonna explain, but hopefully you enjoy this as much as I enjoy this. Oh, right. Image source. Let me see. Should be right. Yep. Okay. Oh, that's too big. Is this the one? No, that's alerts. Hold on. You. That's you. I made everyone who has a beast Sona has an animation. Like I'm still working on the last like 2 of them, but everyone has a different animation. And I was intending on making it a command. I just got to figure out how to. Because you'll see. I don't know if you noticed the beast Sona option's gone right now. I'm making it more expensive. But essentially it's going to double. It's going to be both the standard, like what we do beast Sona wise, but also anyone who has one gets a nifty thing. So as a result, it's going to be more expensive, but everyone who has one so far, I guess, is just going to be grandfathered in. Free animation. They got in early. So I think this was, I was really fond of this. So hopefully you enjoyed it too. But yeah, I was kind of cheesed about the whole situation. That is a knife for cutting cake. You see the birthday hat? That's why it says cake and party over here. That's why. He's on his way to a party. Yours was the second beast soda I made, and I was like, or second or third, because first was Code, then he was you were a zombie, then you were a zombie, but like, I have no idea how we ended up with this as a beast soda, but like, I try not to take it too seriously, but my God, look at this thing. I'm very happy with it. But yeah, it really is just like everything I do, I make in Microsoft Paint, so I made this in Microsoft Paint. So like, it shows, but I just wanted the opportunity to show this off because I've been working on those recently. Yeah, I mean, I put a lot of work into it. I don't want to seem like I don't. It's just I've got no idea what I'm doing. I use Microsoft Paint, so like, right. But yeah, no, that's Big on his way to a birthday party. The party don't start until Big gets there. He's the cake cutter. Oh. He's got an eye patch. He's seen, like, if you've been to a party, you understand how violent they can get. He's seen some things. Knife to cut the cake, knife to defend yourself. Right. Back in the day, like anymore, pinatas. You're familiar with a pinata as a thing. Back in the day when pinatas actually roamed the prairies and we had to hunt them down to harvest their candy insides. Anymore, they're just like people make them and they're like an imitation. But back in the day, before we drove them extinct, like I feel bad about it, but if you had Tootsie Rolls on your insides, you kind of ask for it, right? But that's where we got that tradition from. Yeah, if there's one person responsible for cake, they're the most important person at that party. Birthday person? No. Cake person, yes. I will say, hold on, joking aside. I say joking aside. It's always so hard to tell. I'm gonna say joking aside, you can choose whether or not you want to believe me. Okay, how about that? I'll do that all the time, but just because I'm lonely. When you live on your own, I used to just buy cakes and eat them with a fork. Eat however much of the cake with a fork. Put the top back on it. That like if you get a cake from a grocery store, it comes like a plastic dome. Put the dome back on. Come back later when it's like 2 in the morning and you're crying and you just want some cake. There you go. But so the implication there is that you don't carry a knife with you everywhere, and I'm kind of surprised. Why wouldn't you? What if you are walking down the street with your lady friend, then suddenly from a dark alley a cake jumps out and you have no way to cut it? And your lady friend is like, oh no, I would really like some cake. And you're like, oh, I don't have a solution to that problem. Very disappointing. Alright. But, anywho, back to my non-joke serious fact that you can choose whether or not you want to believe me. Right. Growing up, probably until I was in my mid-teens, I thought that buffalo were extinct. Because all as a child, I had heard about like stories about how like buffalo roamed the prairie until people showed up and we hunted them all. And I thought it was an actual, like, the way they phrased it, it made it sound like they were extinct. Like, we hunted them all. They were gone. The magnitude that they expressed this with, they're like, buffalo are gone. We've murdered all of them. Like, they're really trying to drive home that we're monsters that killed buffalo. And so much to the point where I just thought they were no more buffalo. They were gone. And then I found out that that wasn't true, and I was very confused. But that is a fact about me. Right. That's just weird, right? Alright. Yeah, like they were really just trying to scare us, but like, hold on, sheep? Is the sheep intended for? But like I don't know. I've actually met other people in my life who thought the same thing. I say other people, one other person, but still, you know, like when I say one other person, I mean like in person, not just on the internet. So I've bumped into someone in my real life who felt the same way until they were a teenager and they found out the same thing. Oh, see, that's what I mean. Like they really like were guilting us hard about that. As a child, they're like, there are no more buffalo. You personally murdered them, and it just felt terrible. Okay, all right, okay. So we're finding a sheep. Hold on, we gotta get a sheep. I need to cross there, right? Yeah, like I'm glad there are buffaloes still, but I'm very confused. Okay. Really? Oh my god, that guys, we found the solid snake of rats. Sir. Man, he was trying. How many more of those things do we need? Okay, so those are the last 3 purple things we need. Whoops, I gotta pay attention to the chat, or the game instead of chat, there we go. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, this is probably not a good idea. Like, if you have a physical copy of Donkey Kong 64, that's very impressive. Nope, 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 getting out of here. Good, nope, right out of that situation. Let's get these sheep first. And the trophy, actually, now that I think about it. Trophy first. That's a disappointing thing because video game cartridges, they age so poorly. You can maintain them and keep them clean and take really good care of them, but they just deteriorate so bad. CDs last a lot longer than cartridges. Like a good percentage, I would say probably the majority of old cartridge games don't work anymore, and it's sad to think about. But if nothing else, we can like upload them in ROM form, which is nice. That's fine. I don't have mine either. My personal belongings. I've got so few personal belongings. I can fit them into a car if I need to. Because I think I've said this before. I'm used to moving around a lot. I don't have very many belongings, so my stuff fits in a car. All right. I think the sheep's down here, right? It is. Hi, Mr. Sheep Man. Can I just bite you? Yeah, cool. Alright. So I gotta think that's the intent here. I mean, you lost a Nintendo 64 for cigarettes. I lost a job in my girlfriend, so like, you know, sucks. Addiction be like that. And then my apartment, and then another job, and then another girlfriend. It was, oh god, it's been a while. I've been through some stuff. Alright. So, would this work? I gotta think this wouldn't work. Because, like look at how, like, they go back, oh yeah. They can float for a bit, but it's not like they can, like, I don't know. Because the way there's this, well... Yeah, this will work. This has to work. Yeah, alright. Yeah. I underestimated how high that lip was. Okay, that should be everything. We just gotta complete the level now. That's understandable. I don't date anymore either, but, you know, for different reasons. I just, you know. I will say, since I've reached the point where I don't date anymore, it is a lot more relaxed. It's a lot of pressure needing to date people. Because, like, if you are dating, you expect yourself to be at least decent at it, right? Like, that's the goal. You wouldn't date if you were okay with, like, failing every time. You would just stop dating at that point. So if you are dating, then you're currently in the mindset where you want to succeed at it. And there's a lot of pressure that way. Lots of pressure. So now it's just like, yeah, I just play video games and I'm sad all the time. And it's, you know, I'm sad all the time, but it certainly is more relaxing. Have people hit on me and I'm like, no, I'm just an asexual, depressed blob monster. I'm sorry. Where did the dog go? I think the dog's up here actually, because we traded for the rat, right? Yeah. All right. All right. So we're gonna heal up and we're gonna see if I can take out those bear with a rocket dog. It's a weird thing to say. Yeah. Okay. So we really do just need to kill those bear and we win. So it's going to be a timing issue. Because I can blow them up at a range. It's just I need to go forward and backward to lure them in the open. And to do that I need to dodge those robot balls, engine balls. They have these, so we're gonna see how that goes. Oh yeah, I'm aware. I hate saying it out loud because like there's no way to say it without sounding like I'm trying to brag, right? That's the way we're geared to be. Like I'm aware there are people who want to date me. Yeah. I'm not a dating person. So like, by choice. Okay, that seemed to... Only a couple more passes, we should be able to take out that bear. Like, assuming we target that bear again. It's a long story. Okay. Let's do this. So I'm faster than you. I am faster than you. Okay. Eat it, you nerd. Okay. Probably didn't even need to. We just need to bump this and then go in here. Oh! Right. It's a long story. I don't know. Yeah. I've got no way to describe what happened without sounding really like angsty and dramatic and sad. And, I don't want people to feel bad about me ever, so I try not to go into my own personal stuff on stream. I don't want to keep it a secret. I just don't want it to seem like I'm ever going out of my way to get pity. You feel? You dig? Right. I'm about to show you a bonus secret use of these rats here that some people don't know about. I believe it's been a while, but hold on, let me try this. Maybe not these ones. I swear to God, rats can consume these for health. And maybe I'm thinking of just different ones, but I mean, there's only so many poop-related landmines you can have in a game, so it's embarrassing that I was wrong, but I promise that is a thing. Just not these ones, I guess. Ah, gotcha. Nothing wrong with that. That's what I mean. People, it's easy to measure yourself against other people's standards of what they want. Because, like, that's the thing. You don't even question it. You, as a person, are expected to want to be in a relationship. Whether you actually want to or not. That is an objective of you that you never decided you wanted. Just because you're a person. And it's something we don't question. It's just there are certain goals that we're supposed to reach just because. It's like once you get to a point in your life where you realize like the things I'm pursuing and fighting so hard for aren't necessarily things that I want. And then you can take a step back and realize like what is it that would make me happy and go after that. And I think that's a major point in people's lives that not everyone reaches. And it's not easy, but it is the first step to finding what it is that actually makes you happy. That's big talk for someone who's very not happy. I know, that's fair. But a little bit of wisdom I gleaned. A little bit. Fat Bear Mountain, this is an interesting one. This is the one where the trophy, you can't actually collect this trophy. So we're going to bump into it and pretend like we collected it just for completion's sake. Kill the angry animals, flood the sheep dip pool. It's... I know for a fact, I think those ones were different because those were bigger ones. But they're smaller. Oh, no, what it is. I'm an idiot. Those ones are landmine versions. There's ones later in the game that aren't landmines. They're just poo. And you can consume those for health. Right? That's what it was. Right. It's, like I said, I haven't played this since I was in, like, elementary school. Sheep. Yeah, sheep. Okay. Did you? You really just jumped, didn't you? Hey. Hello? Sheep? I know you can't float indefinitely. How are you doing that? I wish I could look. What are you doing? Hold up. You know, what is that? If that can't be a sheep. There's no way. They can't like just do that. Hold on. I'm very confused. Am I lost? Well, am I lost? There we go. Right. Gotcha. Yes. Oh, that's the energy thing. Right. Cool. Right. Fine. Right. Where did sheep go? Sheep? Where go? Because I kind of need a sheep or this isn't going to work. Sheep? Sheep? Alright. Ooh. But no, just as a consequence of my most recent relationship, I just choose not to. I'd rather not anymore. I've concluded. Where are you? Okay. Okay, duck. Appreciate the phone. Ah, grizzly, yeah. Appreciate you. Enjoy your lurk. Guys, we've located a sheep. Ah! So... that is entirely doable. We just have to lure another animal over here. Really? That didn't do it? Really? You sure? Okay, well, you know, whatever you say, Chief. Ah, that one's way off, alright. That first one should have grabbed that, though. They really should have. Alright, game, however you want to do it. You're the boss. We do need one other animal, though. I'm pretty sure that's the thing you... Oh, that was dumb of me. Yeah, that was very dumb of me. That's the thing you need to do to get the trophy. The one that you can't collect on this level, I do believe. Because there's no reason in the world why we couldn't have jumped from higher up. Got more sheep over there. I don't remember any of these levels anymore. I can't just... Alright. That's fine though. The issue is I can't kill one of those sheep as a sheep. So... Can I not... Hold on. Can I not turn this? Weird. Must need a different animal then. I'm betting I'm going to need that racing mouse just to kill some more stuff. Because sheep gives you mobility, still can't kill stuff. So I'm going to just collect some of these up here while we have a sheep and then come back with a mouse. Are you going to attack me? Alright. I love that he doesn't attack me because I'm a sheep. Really? Really? You're sure? Well, okay then. Just phased right through it. Alright, fine. Sure, fine, 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 fine. Fine. Oh, I think so. Big fan of this game. Haven't played it in a long time. Yeah, we were having some real talk. You know, like people do sometimes. I've heard of it. It's like an alien thing. It looks like Mars Attacks almost. Just a little more classic alien, right? I've never played it, but I heard of it. This one's fun. This one's actually made by a game company. They had a different name back then, but the company who made this actually went on to rename themselves to Rockstar and make the Grand Theft Auto games. So this is them before Grand Theft Auto. Okay, yeah, so like classic, like B-movie, alien. Gotcha, I love that. I love that so much. I'm of the opinion that we need more games that are like classic, like giant ants, black and white, sci-fi movie kind of thing. That's a genre that I'm a huge fan of. Like, if you're familiar with Zombies Ate My Neighbors, they have giant ants and stuff like that too, and I just love that. Yeah, I've never heard of it either, so it's kind of unfortunate because now we can't continue the conversation. But, you know. Okay, can I just do this? Cool. So, how do we want to do this? I don't know. We're just trying so hard to be funny. It's very confusing. Thank you. Oh my. So, how do I want to do this? This is a really fun game. Like, I love this game. I really do. Okay, so humanity launched a space station. And it was full of animals with different environments like this. But since being in space, all of the animals have been mutated into robot animals. And the space station is now on a trajectory to crash into Earth. So a human and a robot get sent up to stop that from happening. But they crash into the ship, and the robot gets smashed to pieces. The guy's half unconscious and just really stupid anyway, right? So like the robot's tasked with doing that, but he gets smashed up and his body parts get flung over, one part in each of the biomes. So like Europe here, tundra, desert, jungle. So you need to complete objectives to get through the ship. and collect your body parts and stop that from happening. And it's just really cool because you use different animals to solve puzzles and fight and stuff. I'm a big fan. Like with a setup like that, and like a game, like a setup that's fun and interesting as that, and like a game mechanic that's as cool as this. There's no reason in the world why this shouldn't be a popular game, right? Like, nobody ever talks about this game. It's upsetting to me. Okay, Mr. Dogman, or how about you don't kill us? Thank you? Okay, so well, stop it first of all. Okay, rude. Hello, Mr. Bearman, are you going to be friendly? You are not friendly, really. Really, I thought you were going to be friendly. Okay, oh, well. He wasn't friendly. I don't know why I thought that was going to work. Right. Oops. Well, I mean, if we're being fair, the name of the level, we did just call that bear fat. So, maybe we had it coming. Hey, Mom. After he's already really fluffy and soft all the time. After he gets brushed, he's just like a fluffy black cloud. He's so soft right now. He's sweetie, I know. You are very handsome, and I'm proud of you. He's sweetie. He's sweet. I love him, but he's also trying to click off of my game, so he needs to not do that. Alright. So, new plan this time. We're going to not get killed by the bear. Right. But we're also going to hold on to the mouse for longer because we need the mouse to actually do stuff. The sheep gets you around the level. It has no attack. So we need to kill a couple sheep with this mouse first before we do anything. Because then we have sheep to use for stuff. Or, hold on. If I can kill that ram. If I can kill that ram, then yeah. That'd be the ideal option because he has an attack and the sheep follow him around. I thought he was dead. I was going in for the swappy swap. I thought he was already dead. Wow. Them ram, let me tell you. Nah, you're fine. Don't worry about it. I'm appreciating your company more than yeah, don't worry about it. I went into this stream not feeling very well, so I've just been enjoying your guys' company and conversation more than anything. So thank you. Don't gotta throw money around to be friends. If anything, it makes it a little weird, but you know, I still appreciate it. But you know, like you know when you get your friend a gift and it's like really expensive and you're like, you don't know how you feel about it. Kind of like that. Hey. So I appreciate it, but yeah. Miles, I love you. Alright. What are we doing? I mean, yeah, it's a shortcut. Money is life's cheat code. You need food, get a job, or money. You just have money already. You want friends? Be pleasant, or just have money. Tell you, money gets you stuff. Which is funny because all of this is just like slips of paper that we all agree have value. Right. If we all collectively got amnesia one day, we would wake up and be like, what are all these funny slips of paper? Oh man, buddy, you just... Get away from me. Battle of the century. Oh my god, stop. Miles, you have to calm down. I'm battling a ram, life or death. Okay, that's not happening. Jesus Christ. That ram, let me tell you. Yeah, but like, you think it'd be in their best interest to have money still, because that's their strength. They have money, so by devaluing money, that'd work against them. Hi, why are you yelling at me? I know, hi. If you're gonna yell at me, I'm picking up and you're gonna be on stream. Hold on. He's been yelling at me, so now he's gonna be on stream. Hi, why are you? Don't grab onto my microphone. Hi. What? Hi. He's purring already. Oh, my heart. Hi. I love you, Papa. Hey, Pumpkin. Hey. Hi. I love him so much, but if he ever wants something and he's not getting it, he becomes like a little tyrant. He's like, you've heard him. He just yells and he knocks stuff over and he looks at me and he just like, he can be very demanding. He's cute and he deserves everything he wants, but very demanding. Exactly. Good answer. They've done it before. Oh, hold on. I'm wearing my Bob Ross shirt. Let me see. Ever make mistakes in life? Hold on, let me... Ever make mistakes in life? Let's make them birds. Yeah, they're birds now. It's Bob Ross. Yeah, you make mistakes, you turn them into birds. Very, very good person. I think we're all aware of how sweet and wholesome Bob Ross is. Me too. He's a good person. Good way of looking at the world. I rarely ever, live that way, but I should. One moment.
Sweetie. Hey. I know.
Bella came over to visit. Hey, sweetie. Love you, sweetie. I love her. Pretty sure I got this shirt at like Walmart or something, but it's a nice shirt. I think that's where all of the shirts I own come from, but I haven't bought clothes in years. It just seems like a waste. Like I already have clothes. Why buy more clothes? Like I've got a lot of clothes. I've got so many clothes I can't wear them all at the same time, so why would I ever need more? Right? What do I need more clothes for? Seems weird. Okay, so the mouse isn't cutting it. There's a dog. I can't kill the dog with the mouse. Can't seem to kill the ram, period. Or maybe I'm just not doing it well enough. Hold on. Are there any other animals around here I'm not accounting for? I gotta be able to kill that ram. Hold on. Even if I did kill the ram couldn't kill that dog, could it? Hold on. Oh, Adam, good morning. How are you doing today? Well, Bella just came into my room and I was holding her for a second, petting her. So she's just kind of sitting on the floor looking at me. I just got done brushing Miles for a bit, so I've got a bed for them on my desk. He's currently in his loaf form on his bed. His chin is currently being scratched. Sweetie. And Ellie they just got done having their lunch, well, about an hour ago. So they're mostly just lazing around. And Ellie is in one of her, I've got a box on top of the heating vent that she likes to nap in. That's where she's at right now. If we were playing D&D and someone used intimidation check, guess we would. I mean, that's kind of a... Ellie, Miles, Bella, Adam says he loves you. Okay. I choose to think they love you too, but it's hard to tell. They're just staring at me. But in like a loving way. So yeah. Adam, I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well today. So that's the thing. Because if you make an intimidation check, it's against NPCs. It gets a little fuzzy because it should be able to work against players. Like, I think we all recognize that. But players really have the final say in what they do. Almost always, usually, unless like mind control, but right. So like, you can't really tell a player like, okay, you rolled this, now you are currently intimidated. That isn't really a thing that we can do. In theory, yeah, it could be done, but that's just kind of like, we usually just let players play their mood and their, like they want. So like, if you're trying to intimidate a NPC, typically it would be your intimidation check versus their I suppose that would be willpower, wouldn't it? A will save? Yeah. I know mind control would be a will save, so if like it's a charm spell, that could affect them, because that's a magical thing. But if it's just like them having a conversation, right, they could roleplay it a little bit differently. Like if they're roleplaying as a character who is a little more timid, or has a low will stat, and they really wanted to get into character, they could, even though they themselves aren't, they could make their character a little more like scared. But that's more of like just a role-playing element. But if you're trying to scare an NPC, it would be your intimidation versus their will. Right? I guess maybe charisma if you wanted to badly enough. Probably will though, I would think, because will is what you do in regards to resisting a charm. So, long-winded explanation. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I'm giving you the right deets. And I love talking about D&D. Ooh. All right. So did we come to a conclusion here? Hold on. Let's look to see if we have any other animal options. Don't want someone to have a low stat against intimidation IRL. Oh god. I mean, yeah, you could just choose to run away. I mean, if something's running at you and it's scary and you want to run away, you don't need to succeed or fail nothing. You just run away. Because yeah, if a dragon's flying at you, you don't need to fail nothing. You just get out of there. That's not intimidation. That's common sense. Yeah, that's up to the player, but yeah, like, because that just gives the player free reign to roleplay their character however they want to roleplay without having to constantly check to see what they're currently scared of, what they're currently like this and that in regards to everything around them. Like, because otherwise that could get like micromanagey real quick. I need one more sheep. Hold on. I don't even need that ram. I just need a sheep. I would really like a sheep, please. One sheep, please. It really depends on the game. Guys, we did it. Well, not even the game. Pathfinder I'm most familiar with, so like... I do have a whole bunch of books for different games saved, though. The ones that I've never played and probably never will. So like one of them is like anime themed tabletop game, where it's like you can have like a martial artist who shoots like beams out of their hands. You can play as a magical girl. You can play as a mech. You can play as a half demon samurai. Like all of the anime tropes you can make characters for. If you want to be like a monster trainer like Pokemon or Digimon or Monster Rancher, there's that in there. Like, you can just have a party of different anime characters. And I think it's just amazing. I've never gotten to play as it. Because I looked over the character creation section of that book, and it is one of the most unbalanced things I've ever seen in my life. It is horrifying, some of the things that the players can do. But like, you know, if you're just trying to have a fun time, that's a fun time, right? Alright. So now that we've gotten the ram, let's see. Oh my god, I love that. I homebrewed because I was looking at that and I wanted a magical girl class, and I made one. How am I gonna do this? Hold on. How am I gonna do this? Hold on. Okay, yeah, this is probably gonna be fine. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was worried about doing that. But I made a magical girl class, and one of their things was they could fuse together if they needed to. So I was kind of happy about that. Never got to use it again, like I said, but when I get bored, I like to homebrew stuff, usually races and things, but monsters, magic items, classes sometimes, cities and cultures. I was saying this on stream before, but I had a race of owl people that I homebrewed, and I got to make their entire, like, their capital city, culture, like everything about them. It was a nice time for me. Project to work on. Magic items. Magic items are fun. Cursed items are more fun. And I feel like you understand. Okay, so hold on. Oops. Okay, this is fine actually. I don't need to do that. Okay, hold on. I'm probably gonna take a good bit of damage here, but it's fine. I'm impatient. Because we just need that mouse to be there. We don't need to keep switching like this. We just need him to be there. And then I can heal up right there. Oh. Defoe, I believe in you. You are strong. Strong. I'll be here when you get back. I appreciate you. Good luck, friend. Because then we get on this button here, we just jump off the edge and we can beat the mouse again, right? Ah. Would you not let me eject? Eject, please? What? Hold up. Okay, fine. If you're not gonna let me, I'll do that. Fine. Because now we have to get back up there as the mouse, and we're all set. I think that's just for the trophy though, but like I said, we need to do that also. So how are we meant to kill those animals then in that case? Really? Ah. Eject. How did this one do it? Where do you... Wait, they're all pressed right now. How? What? What? You're not... That's not supposed to be able to happen. Why did this one just not go back up all of a sudden? Okay, it got jammed. Okay, cool. I appreciate you, Big. Good luck on making your head feel better. Appreciate you. Hope you feel better. Sure. Yeah, that trophy's the one that you can't collect. I think. I'm pretty sure. Alright, well in that case, let's just continue. We gotta figure out how to kill that rocket dog. Yeah. So, we've got access to a mouse, we've got a ram. If we flooded the pool, I think bear take damage in water. Could we get him to fall in the water somehow? Alright, I mean, we've got a few options, so let's just pick up these purple things and keep our eyes out. We'll see if we can find anything else. Okay. Collect the purple things, get a look around the level a little bit. Or electric fence, an electric fence would do it. Essentially what I mean is, like, we may just be able to use the terrain to kill something, but maybe not. I don't know. That really didn't count? Alright, well, let's do that again. We may be able to kill it with the ram. I am not actually sure. It's not a super reassuring thought fighting the dog with the ram, but I mean, the dog is built to be ranged, I guess. If I move around enough, I guess maybe he'll miss us. Because you've seen how he missed a lot up close when I was him and I was fighting the rat. If you get close enough to him, right? Oh my god. I'm sorry I'm playing like this. Right. Oh my god. The hitboxes on these things. Right. Okay. I mean, yeah, like, we've got some health though. Like, I can see 3 health boxes right here. By virtue of just being, like, having a lot of health, we could probably do it, right? I gotta think that's, yeah, that'll work. We're just gonna go and fight the dog with the ram, and as soon as that works, then we're fine. Once we have a dog. See this trophy here you can't actually grab. It's a mistake when they made the game, which stinks because there's a mini game if you get all of them, and the only way to do that is to use a cheating device to get all of them. But I did say we want to do 100%, and we're just going to consider that collecting that trophy. Even if we can't actually pick it up, we've spawned it and we went to go touch it. So let's just pretend like that was a thing. Right. Okay, so 3 more. We should be good to go fight that dog. Let's go fight that dog. Oh. It's a little more of an issue because, like, he's a ranged creature and he's much faster than I am. So if I run away to heal, I don't think I can. The further I get away from him, the better he can hit me. But I do have a sheep. Can I use the sheep as a decoy in any capacity? Would that work? It's a waste of a little bit of energy, but like I said, I don't think we're going to be able to run away when we start fighting this guy. Maybe, we'll see. Alright. Yeah. Close up. He's a lot less effective. Fantastic. That went very well. Okay. Cool. And now this should be very straightforward. I mean, I say that. That's, we still gotta be careful. Right. Because he can come out here, we know that. Yeah, if we get far enough away, he loses interest. So yeah, we can just attack him, go, right? That's fine. Very nearly killed him there. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, this racing dog is very strong. As long as you play intelligently, you know, you can just do this. Kill whatever you need to kill. Things that need to be close up, yeah, that's a lot more dangerous. Because, like, how would you beat this bear with anything that has to be up close to fight? You just wouldn't. I think we need, what is it, like one more of those purple things will be done in this level. So where is that last purple thing at? Should probably be a sheep to find it, I would assume. Was there one down here? I think so, right? I was gonna say, if I can't get now that the water's raised, I'm gonna be just very upset. All right. So I think I'm gonna need to cross these with a sheep. Maybe. That should be fine. Something like the sheep is the most mobile thing here. So let's just say sheep will work. Likely. So we'll snag a sheep, we'll go over there, we'll get to the next level. I think there's one over here. There's a bit of jankness with this camera though. If there's, like, the camera moves, you see it like that, but the camera has a very hard time moving if, like here, it either refuses to because there's geometry in the way and it just won't, or it will, in which case it'll just like move a very weird way and suddenly you'll be disoriented by that. Okay. It's just, yeah, it doesn't move as smoothly as you'd like. Think, like, if you're not familiar with Mario 64 camera, kind of like that. Maybe a little bit worse, actually. Oh, we didn't need to at all. Okay. Fine. Alright. Another case of me overcomplicating things.
Hey.
Alright. Rocky hard place. See, we couldn't collect the trophy there. It's disappointing. Elevate the asteroid chunks. Bring me a thing on a spring. This is, in my mind, I think, the first of the difficult level. Wow. We died in that last level a few times. I can't say that that wasn't a difficult level. That wouldn't be fair or true. Alright. But this one's much easier to die because there's death pits, I think. I remember correctly. This section of the ship is busted up and there's just like empty void of space beneath a lot of these. Which is a rarity in this game. Mostly you don't have pits, like at all, ever. As long as if I'm thinking of the correct level, I think this is it. Ooh, yep, that'd be it. You don't usually get the empty void of space. Can I? Okay. Yeah. In case you hadn't seen a new animal in a bit. Gives you all the statistics for the animal. So, there's an electric fence I need to disable, so let's go find that. The issue there is that's a thing on a spring. Those are, you see how dangerous those are. Okay. Speed. Neum. Alright. Could go down there. If we did, we'd be trapped. So, no. Can I kill them this way? Hard to tell, they're so far away. Yeah, they're not even really moving around much. I was going to try killing them with the electric fence. Alright. Puzzles, yes. Okay, appreciate you. If not, no worries. Like that's on them. I know you're stressed out and you want it to go well because I go through the same thing and I get stressed out about it too. But that's on them. So it's not entirely up to you. That's what they get paid for. So how do I want to do this? I say if nothing else, we can put a sheep on that switch. So I gotta think that's progress. And then I don't know if I can get back there with the fox. That's the thing. But like if we could, like we always try to kill it with the fox, I guess. Last time we had the interaction, it didn't go well, but I'm also, I can play smarter than the computer does, so like, let's see. So I really don't think there's an option to get this fox back there. So I'm just going to grab a sheep and see, because a sheep is so much more mobile. Now that we have a sheep, we should just be able to go most places in this level. So let's explore the level a little bit more first. I don't want to fall off the edge though, that's the thing. So, sheepy sheep. There we go. So yeah, now we've got a little more mobility. A little bit. Can I get off of here without dying? I think I could. Yeah. Alright. Hey, Papa.
Hey.
What are you doing looking so handsome for? I know, he's feeling himself. Sitting there looking all majestic, fluffy. Hey. Love you, sweetie. As much as you're like just a wild lunatic sometimes and you're an unstoppable sass monster, you are so handsome. Why are you biting me? Do you think that's necessary? It's not. Love you, bye-bye. Alright. Alright. I think a sheep would cross over there, and there's an electric switch. Okay. Wow, there's a lot going on here. Okay. Wow. See, I just vaguely remember this level as the one with the bottomless pits, because in this game that's rare. That doesn't happen often. Oh, there's a current. Like the fruit, like the fig. There we go. Yeah. Okay. But also, mostly I can't DM anymore because of my everything got worse. You know, everything got worse. It's harder for me to DM now. It makes me sad. I miss it, but I don't handle human to human interaction well anymore. We had this talk last time. I'm bad at it. Never played Tonic Trouble. Was that the one with like the blue dude? Or maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one. But it sounds familiar, but I don't think I've played it. I can picture the main character in my head, but I've never played it. Hold on. There's a spring thing up there. See it up there? So I gotta think you're not meant to kill these ones. Maybe you're just like... We've got to lower that platform somehow. Or no, that's a fox up there. Hold up. Oh. Oh, right. Okay. So, we couldn't get the fox back from over there. It's like a one-way for the fox, because you can't jump. So we hit that switch, it lowers this fox down. We use that fox to... Okay, right. So in that capacity, I would be shocked if I could get the sheep to jump from that block to there. But, like, there's no reason not to try. There's lots of reasons not to try. It's a waste of time. That's true. Really? Wind? Alright. Ah. Sorry, I got a hair stuck between my teeth. It's very unpleasant. There we go. Or a fiber or something. Apparently I was chewing on a pillow. There's just a random thread wedged between my teeth. Alright. Can I get up here? Cool. You love being able to jump. Alright, so yeah, like I really want to. I can't anymore, and I'm sad about it. Can't do a lot of things I used to do, but that's fine. Like I said, manage your expectations accordingly. Set expectations for yourself that you're actually able to do, because, you know, you're not always going to be able to do the things you want to do, just do the things you can do. I get dog hairs randomly. That's the thing, like, if you're a pet owner, you just have to come to terms with the fact that you are going to consume some pet hair in your life. It happens a lot, it's everywhere. Get over it. That's your life now. Whoa, okay, don't like that. Alright, we're safe. elevate. Thank you. Let's say, okay, so here's the end of the level, right? So I mean, we can still like get around though. That's the thing. Like, it's the helpful thing about this sheep here. It's very mobile. Can't fight, but it can move and stuff. So it's like half of me, because I also can't fight, but I also can't move and stuff. So I'm half sheep. We're getting there. Thing on a spring. Okay, so we just need to get that switch. And I do think the intent is to go through that windy area. I just think we need to jump from higher up. So like that. You time it right. Oh, that switch also made the block go up and down. I'm an idiot. Okay, yeah, that's where it is. We're gonna be jumping from higher up because now it's an elevator. Right. See, guys, we got it. We figured it out. Flowers are wiggling at us. Okay. I mean, I didn't know you're that familiar with the game, but later on there is a mission where we have to rob a train. So I guess, yeah. Now that you mention it, it's funny thinking about now. But this was the first game to have DLC in the form of just hats that you can wear. A common thing now, I know, but this was the original. I don't know, I'm trying to be funny. Sorry. I need more coffee. Oh. Alright. Okay, Defoe Fairtrade. If I work up the ability to DM for you, would you all be willing to play as magical girls? because I really did make a magical girl class, and I've just been dying to use it. I've never been able to use it. I made it, I just haven't been able to use it. You and your friends would just be a team of magical girls, and I think that'd be wonderful. You could all have different elements. The elements give you different passive abilities. Like, I put a lot of work into that magical girl class. So hear me out. We're trying to get to the fox. Let's not. We're going to go around. We're going to get to that switch, and the switch is going to lower the fox. See this? See how much easier this is? This is the big brain play. What? Who cut the gravity? What'd I do? What did... Okay, well... I assumed I was going to lower the platform, but what did that do, actually? Hold on. If not, I mean, it's a joke. I did make one, and I have never been able to use it, but that was also a joke. I make jokes. I try to be funny sometimes. So... Hold on. If not, like, yeah, it's me just trying to be funny. I mean, one day I would like for somebody to play as one, but yeah, it's... Wind? Okay, the wind is still here, so hold on. What did that do? No gravity. What is being affected here? Let's go take a lap and see what's different. This doesn't seem like much has changed, does it? Yeah, it would just be like, it'd be like D&D, but you're using the power of friendship, and I think that's fantastic. Right. So, race car. I love that you're calling it a race car. Or autocorrect or something. Oh, like Sailor Moon all the way, like that kind of. Because you got like different elemental themed characters, and they're mostly the same, but then like I made them so they could like have different elements associated with them. So like electric, fire, ice, and steel were more of my 4 elements. So like they would have like passive abilities relating to those, but also like their ranged energy attacks would work that way also. So like besides the burn effect, like the status effects that you normally expect, the lightning themed girl was slightly faster, right? They get bonuses like when she's fully powered up, the fire themed girl has a damaging aura immediately in her area because all the heat coming off of her. So like stuff like that. I put a lot of work into it. I love them so much, and I would never in my life. Wow, that was very painful. Is there any way through here, or am I just screwed now? That is awful. I think we're about to die just because I can't get back through there. That is bad. Well, I was thinking, well, okay, so, are you at all familiar with Fairy Tail? Yeah, we're dead. I lied, never die. Alright. Because if you're all familiar with Fairy Tail, Urza was what I had in mind when I designed Steel. Okay, yeah. So, she has... Actually, let me look up a picture. So just, I mean, I'm sure you could look it up faster than I could, but visual aid for everyone else who happens to stumble across this VOD in the future, aliens, I don't know. I just want to demonstrate. Because I had a very exact image in mind when I designed this one. I want to show you the exact image I had in mind. It's because like these magical girl characters is like Sailor Moon. They would have their like powered down more like regular human girl form. But they would also have like their powered up like powered full form. And beyond that, like they'd have like limited use of these things. Like they'd have to expend certain charges. They can only do so many of these things a day. But then past their like, so they'd have their regular girl, magical girl, and they'd have like a supercharged form that was like a limited like ultimate attack basically form. And this is the one I had in mind for Steel. Like this is I saw this picture and I'm like, this is what I had in mind the entire time I was designing the Steel. And I had a lot of really cool stuff with it. It was like, it's essentially like, imagine just like a metal covered knight, like as a magical girl, like armor and swords and just like magical girl combined with like a suit of knight armor. Can I get the picture, or are you just not going to give me the picture? Oh my god. What is going on? Hold up. Yeah, just give me a moment. Just show me the pictures, please. Image gallery, thank you. Maybe. Really? Got. Fine. Well, I mean, if it's gonna be this much trouble, I lied. I'm stalling, but alright, fine. Hi, I know, I realize I'm wasting time. Miles is yelling at me. Okay. Hold on. It is right here. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I have to excuse me. I'm dumb sometimes. Most of the times. Okay, there we go. It didn't help that I didn't know the exact name of the armor she used. There we go. Alright. But this is there's a character named Urza. And she, her whole shtick is that she uses magic to instantly change her gear. So like she can instantaneously swap between weapons, but also different armor. Like imagine an RPG when you can just pause and switch armor. That's her power. She can do that. And different armor gives her different abilities like stat boosts and stuff. But like this one in particular, just the look and design of this really motivated me to make like a powered up steel magical girl. So let's see. Because like the shtick would be earth, wind, fire, water. And I did lightning instead of wind, ice instead of water. And instead of earth we did steel because like, you know, they're earth, wind, fire, water adjacent, right? And I felt like I had more fun with them. But this is her and her Heaven's Wheel armor is what it's called. But like dual wielding swords, metal skirt, metal wings. Yeah, it just, you know, it's anime. She's got breasts. She's a woman. They sometimes have breasts. Just disregard that part. But like metal wings, dual wielding swords. I just that was it. That was just, yeah. That was all the motivation I needed. So that's how I ended up with a steel-themed magical girl. Because that is her whole thing. She's just like armor and weapons. Magical girl themed around the ability of armor and weapons. Alright. I just wanted to show that off. Thank you for humoring me. I mean, she doesn't, but I mean, you know, that's the fun thing. We can change things whenever we want. We could. Hold on. So when you said there's no more gravity, what did you mean? Because nothing changed. Hold on. What is happening? So. Hold on, I'm dumb. I think I just realized what I did wrong. I think. Well, I don't, and that's the problem. But that's basically that. If you're all familiar with My Hero Academia, what's the guy like something Mike, the hero who's like really, really loud. Present Mike, I think maybe. He's the hero who just screams. His powers is screaming. But like Attention Mike, Present Mike, something like that. He I love anime. I love anime. Even like obscure anime, mainstream anime. Well, I mean, don't misunderstand. When I say I love anime, I don't mean I love all anime. But you know, I will try out all kinds of different anime, mainstream or obscure. Okay, so that didn't work. I was thinking we could jump over to that Switch platform and then go to the Fox that way, because then our back would be we'd be going along with the wind. But that's not going to work either. I'm dumb. Okay, I finally realized this time for realsies. Really? Still gotta do it right. I've seen a lot of mainstream anime. I've seen a lot of more obscure anime. I was gonna say, we were talking about it before. I was gonna make a recommend for you, but I don't want to sign you up to watch anything you don't want to watch. Nope. All right. Well, that didn't work. Oh, I hate Dead Man Wonderland. I hate it. It's bad, and I hate it. You gotta understand also, whenever you ask about my anime opinions, just bear in mind that I'm famously an anime snob. I am very, very picky with anime. Because my reasoning is there's like tens of thousands of anime out there. I'm not gonna waste my time on the bad stuff, like I got better stuff to find. I respect your opinion, Defoe. I respect you. I don't respect Dead Man Wonderland. I want to make that perfectly clear. My reasoning for Dead Man Wonderland, let me tell you. Because the premise of the show, great premise. Love the idea. First episode or two, fantastic. It's a amusement park, theme park, where criminals have to go and they can die and they get time off their sentence or whatever, like that. It's like this whole modern day, like using the prison systems as slave labor and also like a gruesome form of entertainment. Like, I think that's a fantastic idea. And it's a good vehicle, it's a good excuse to have just like these over the top, like deadly games that they perform in. And you can have so much fun with that. And then in the anime, they play one game, and that's it. No more. You get one game, and that's it. The rest of the anime, it's a below average shonen fighter. Like, oh, you liked the premise of prisoners competing in deadly games? I'm glad. You get one of those, and now the rest of the show is going to be about people underground fighting each other with blood powers, which is now what the show's about. Like, okay. Weird 180 you did there, but sure, let's have the show be about this now. This completely unrelated thing. Cool. I'm mad about that because that was such a nice premise. I'm just mad. Like if it was that from the beginning, like I said, it probably would have just been like a maybe below average, maybe shonen fighter. Like, you know, you see a lot of shonen fighters when you watch enough anime, right? It's like, yeah. Nothing bad, but nothing great. But like the fact that they lured you in with such a interesting, fun idea, and then they give you a taste of it, and they're like, no more. I'm mad about that. It's yeah. That's my biggest issue with Dead Man Wonderland. Because like the name of the anime itself, Dead Man Wonderland. That's why it's called that. You named it after the thing. And then you give us like one thing. Ugh. Anohana gutted me. I'm wildly emotional. I cry a lot. And I get really into stuff that I'm watching. Like, my thinking is, if you're not going to get emotional watching something, why are you watching something? So I get really emotional watching stuff. And the Anohana gutted me like a fish. I was hollowed out by the time I got done watching that. That is like... But isn't that right? Like, that's the archetypical, this is gonna make you cry anime, right? It is so good, though. Very emotional, man. Like, it's borderline... How do I phrase this? It's like, there's a lot of manufactured sadness that you bump into in shows where they go through very specific things that they know are going to tug at your heartstrings, but they feel undeserved. And I think the best example of that is Sword Art Online. If you're at all familiar with Sword Art Online, at least the very beginning of the series, I stopped watching because I hated it. But the very beginning of the series, they do this thing where they jump forward chunks of time. You'll have one scene and they jump over to another scene. They jump forward to another scene. And they're just like hopscotching between these emotional scenes, like, oh, now there's a scene where these party members die. We're going to fast forward to a different team that you don't know, and they're going to die, and you need to be sad about that. Like, you don't spend the time to get to know these guys, you don't get to follow them around. It's just, we're going to skip and jump between death scenes to make you sad, and that feels very manufactured and cheap, and I hate that. Right. Anohana gets, like it flirts with that a little bit, but you do follow this group of friends around, and it does things that you know are like really out of their way to be sad, but they are sad. So it's like, I don't know. What I mean is they very nearly could have screwed it up, but they did not. Miles, you're grounded. Stop yelling at me. Like all things considered, if you look at Anohana, they were like flirting with failing, but they did not. They pulled it off somehow. The cheesiest, over the top, saddest thing I've ever imagined, and they did it well somehow. I can't get into Sword Art Online. It's just for a lot of reasons. Yeah. Okay, so no more gravity. What is happening then? I turned off the gravity. What does that mean? Nothing's changed. What is happening? Defoe, I'm dying. Oh yeah, well, I mean, probably not actually now that I say it out loud. Like, if the option were presented to me, yeah, but if you have any idea how expensive that would be, then no way. I don't play current video games. I'm playing a Nintendo 64 game right now. So probably not, if we're being real. Just because oh no. No. Defoe, I'm sad. I'm sad inside. Mood. That's disappointing. So, I mean, we spent like the last 7/8 of our time in the level trying to figure out where to go next. Where do we go? Where do we go? I mean, at least like we know now, but like, should I use the electric fence to kill the sheep? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Like, we could, like, that is still an option, right? But if that's the case, why did we even turn off the gravity? Like, is that an objective, or is that just something like, what? Like, elevate the... So were they going higher and I just didn't notice, or what? Because that... It's fine. Alright. I don't see a problem with that. I'd much rather they just, like, you know, like... Yeah. Because, like, hear me out. On one hand, you get the chance to play a really good game. On the other hand, you might die. So I gotta say that's probably a win-win, for being real, right? I hate how you phrased that, but I'm a little impressed that you did. So, all right, I'll be here. Like, yeah, on one hand, I'm upset about that, but I'm kind of proud of you. Okay. Okay. So, what are we doing here? So, that doesn't like lower the platform, does it? Of course not. So, yeah, because we had that off the entire last time. So, okay, so maybe that did make the asteroids go up higher and I just hadn't noticed? I guess let's find out, right? Oh god, yeah, Dead Man Wonderland was a doozy. That was another one that was like graphic just for the sake of being graphic. You come across that sometimes. It's like we call it gore porn, where like you have anime and stuff where it's like, well, why wouldn't this person have died in that situation? Why is there no blood in this world? Like you can tell it's like unrealistic in that way. So you bump into anime that have like blood and injuries and stuff. You're like, okay, that makes it more realistic. You get that. And then some of them take it way too far, and people explode like gushers, and there's just like constant on-screen blood. And they use that, like their excuse to do that is it's more realistic, but no. Like you don't. It's not like the more blood we have, the more realistic it is. No, at a certain point, you need to knock it off. So we call it gore porn. People watch these anime and their only contribution is just like graphic violence. And some people are into that, but like you need some substance. You need like anything really. Just like it's disappointing, right? Like you need a story, you need good characters, not just like there's blood all the time. That's the plot. Blood all the time. Dead Man Wonderland did a lot of that too. Like I said, it was fun to see like that in the form of them doing their games that they're forced to compete in, because that is like an idea that was something of its own. Like I like the idea of it, like an extreme. Anymore we use like there are documentaries about people like murdering each other in very graphic ways, and people watch those for entertainment. We punish criminals in awful ways sometimes. And I think as a society we're very bloodthirsty, and if it got left unchecked, like yeah, I could see like a not even far in the future, like a story set in the near future where yeah, that we just do that. We force criminals to compete in games where they die on TV, and we just accept that as a form of entertainment. So I love that as an idea. But yeah, they take that fun idea and they really just drain all the happiness out of it. After that, it just quickly becomes alright, we're all going to be in underground hallways, and we're going to have one-on-one fights. And now it's just an average shonen fighter. That made me sad. Well, bees are always sad, that's true. So raise the chunks, though, that's the thing, like, they're already raised. I gotta think, like, cause if the gravity, Christ, Defoe, you scared me. If the gravity is gonna do it, then what is the purpose of the gravity? Okay, we're gonna die here. Nope. I play better when I say I'm gonna die here. Okay. Alright, fine. Alright. But no, you enjoy Dead Man Wonderland, and I'm gonna conclude that thought. I'm working on insulting things around people who I know enjoy those things. So I apologize for that. I just, I'm very opinionated. I'm a nerd. Sorry. Okay, we can at least agree the premise of the show is great, and I love it. The same way I love the premise of Sword Art Online. Like, the idea is such a good idea. Because it is really cool. Like I know it's not like a unique idea, like getting stuck in a virtual reality game, right? And having to fight for your life. It's not super unique, but it's still a fun idea. And like the animation and the art of Sword Art Online looks beautiful. And I just think they do it in the worst way. Like execution. It's just execution's everything. Like premise brings people in, execution makes them stay. And well, not always, I guess. There are a lot of Sword Art Online fans. So, let people enjoy stuff. If people want to enjoy it, that's fine. Those are the reasons I've laid out why I don't enjoy those things. But I did say that I'm famously snobby about anime, and I hate that about myself. I wish I wasn't like this. But, like my thing is, like, there's so many anime out there. If I don't like something immediately, I'm just going to go to something else, try other stuff, right? Yeah, right. It's a win-win. Either you get a fun game to play or you die. And I gotta say that sounds all right to me. That is an actual springy ram. Okay. Right. So gravity's off. I've got to think those meteors are gonna go higher now, right? That's the only thing I can think of. So let's go find out. What other ones? There's I promise I'm not just trying to complain to complain. I like the fact that you brought one up and I was able to give you my opinion because, like I said, we nerds love to give our opinions about things, don't we? So I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to do. I'm actually kind of frustrated now. And I know I've beaten this game or this level as a kid at least. So that's just weird. Yeah, I love the original idea so much. I think that just made it worse for me because I think it was a little over top with gore. All things considered, it probably could have dialed back a little bit because that was like one of the main draws. That's what people drew people in. But at a certain point, it becomes like kind of gratuitous. Because a little bit of gore in an anime, sometimes it can be refreshing. Because, like I said, a lot of them just refuse to show any. But find a balance, right? But like what it was great. I think the promise of what it was made what it actually was worse in my mind because like you're comparing it to the idea of what you thought it was going to be versus if we went in and it was actually just it started midway through the season. I think it could have been a lot better, like in my mind. But now I have no choice but to compare it to like what it broadcast itself as originally. As I think its biggest downfall, right? It made a lot of promises up front, is what I mean. Okay, so hear me out. We're gonna live in this level for the rest of our lives. And that's just gonna be it. Okay, good talk. So like, sheep, get away from the switch. I will destroy you. Actually, hold on, I will destroy you. Okay, that's unswitched. And we see that those rams are out of there. Hold on, we're gonna do some stuff. A little bit, I mean, yeah. Like, the way everything in this game is like really blocky and polygonal, yeah. It is just a red tube with wheels. Yeah. I mean, they're called racing foxes, so like, yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so we locked the sheep out of the electric fence. Is there any way I could kill this sheep with a fence? Because I need a sheep. Can I lure them over to the big smashy block? Is that an option? Hold on. Because you're not going to attack me, are you? But I also can't lure you around, can I? That hurt me. Why did that hurt me? Hold on. Did that hurt me? Can I, like, jump on you hard enough to kill you? Hold on. I can push these. Hold up, guys. I figured it out. I've got to think that wasn't intentional. Like, if you told me that was intentional, I'd call you a liar. But whatever works. This is how we're choosing to solve the puzzle. It's fine. Because they just refuse to move while I'm... Okay, yeah. Because I'm not a threat to them. I can't even attack. I'm a sheep also. They don't hunt, and they don't consider me a threat, so... Cool. I would. That's the problem. We had no way to kill a spring sheep. That was the issue we were facing. I couldn't figure out how to kill one. And now that we've killed one, we've solved the puzzle. We've cracked the code. That was our goal. I had said I thought we'd be able to use the terrain, but I didn't think that would actually work. Like, if you told me I could have just, like, pushed an enemy into the electric fence. Alright. Alright, robot sheep. I still have that ram, which is unfortunate, but he shouldn't consider us a threat, because if we're also these. But we could also murder him. And at the end of the day, isn't that the true spirit of Christmas? Oh, you were... Okay, so when it said gravity was reduced, it means I can just jump obnoxiously high with these things now. Okay. Defoe, I don't want our friendship to be endangered. You've worried me. Guys, we got a spring ram. So... The engine is a spring. What do you mean the engine is a spring? You mean like a crank? Like a wind-up? Spring engine. That is weird. So, hold on. I think I can jump from up here to that fox. Why I would want to, I don't know yet, but... Can I? Woo! And how? Okay. No idea why we wanted to do that in the first place. Like, that seems really weird. Like, I'm about positive it meant for us to get that fox down so we could kill the sheep. Because, like, right? And then use the sheep to lower the gravity? I don't know how this level was intended to be played, but we kind of cheesed our way through it. But no, my answer, I don't think it's a huge deal. Like, I'm not a fan of Family Guy. I used to watch it right around the time it came out. Like, I watched a few seasons. If it was on, I would leave it on. I'm not a huge fan. But the formula's been kind of overdone, hasn't it? Like, there are so many shows like it now. It's just like animated sitcom family, they say naughty words sometimes, and it's just kind of funny because they're a cartoon and they say naughty words. But that joke's been going on for like I don't know however long. It's just kind of like it was novel at first, and now it's just kind of like overdone. Is my stance. Like I was never a huge fan of it, but if it was on, I'd leave it on. Didn't hate it, but now it's kind of just like I'm tired. It just needs to. It's all over. Like it's all over. It has opened the door for some shows that I enjoy, but like by and large, I think it's just probably it's been more of a nuisance. Just because I will say I enjoy Bob's Burgers, and that was kind of like they're not one and the same, but the success of Family Guy I think led to the creation of a lot more animated sitcoms intended for adults, I should say. So we have, like I say, we have Family Guy to thank for that, but I don't think it's a good show. That's how I should phrase that. I'm missing one purple thing. My problem is I've died so often here. It could be one that we've... Hold on. Let's go down here. I can't break that box with that spring attack. That's wild. Okay. I get that. And I understand completely. Because I also don't like Tina as a character. And everyone likes Tina as a character. Oh, that momentum that platform gave me, though. Oh my. So, like, it's one thing to not like a character. It's another thing to have everyone like a character you don't like. So I get that. Yes, thank you. That's very reasonable. It's like they're trying to deconstruct humor in such a formulaic way that at first it was a novel idea, and now it's just like very uncomfortable. Like all the jokes now are they linger on something too long, or isn't it funny that this thing isn't a cartoon if it's like a sexual thing or just a like swearing or something. They're like, oh, it's a cartoon, and you don't usually have that in a cartoon. It's just yeah. But no, I get yeah, I feel that in my heart, Big. You probably phrased it better than I did actually. Gotta find the last purple thing, right? But no, I get that. Gene, I'm not a huge fan. I did watch a lot of Bob's Burgers. I'll be honest with you. It's not my favorite show, but it's like a show that I enjoy just enough to like let it keep playing if I'm watching it, but not enough to like go out of my way and turn it on. Like I've had a lot of times where friends will like I'll be watching it with friends and just sit down and watch it, but I don't know if I've ever went out of my way to look for it myself. If that makes any sense. But so like the stuff I've watched, I've enjoyed it. Like I said, I left it on. I watched it. I watched episodes of it, but if you asked me what my favorite shows were, it wouldn't even cross my mind. I would say it's better than Family Guy though. But no, like I think Bob himself is funny. And Louise. I like Louise. I'm kind of like iffy about Tina. Like I'm not a real big fan. Like, Gene has his moments. Like he's occasionally funny, but so, I mean, he's sometimes funny. Like hit and miss with Gene. Louise though, I'm all about Louise. I was, and until you watch the show in like large quantities at a time and you realize that she's also a little grating. I don't know. I don't know what I want. I'm picky and hard to please, and I'm sorry. What are my favorite shows? Like, I get that. That's the charm, right? But like, I don't know. Is there one over on this middle platform? Is that what we're missing? Hold on. Can I get that from here? Can I get up here without activating the thing? I need that trophy. No. Lovely. So we're literally just missing one purple thing. I don't want to go over there because it's all death. Okay, well. Ooh, my favorite shows. I'm just really nerdy all the time. Like if we're not including anime, because I want to keep those in separate categories. Because if you forced me to choose between my shows and my anime, I have a trouble comparing them. Like TV shows, I'm a big fan of Doctor Who, but the last couple seasons I'm just very not happy about. I choose not to watch it anymore. Huge Doctor Who fan though. Just the older stuff. Older stuff. The Flash, the CW Flash, that whole like Arrowverse thing that they do with the crossover shows. It's funny because that's the only show of that I like. Arrow I don't like. Supergirl I don't like. But that Flash is... I mean, keep in mind, last season or maybe two, it's been a while, I haven't seen either. There it is. Can I go in the water with you? Yeah, I can. Yes, I can, right. So, like, the last, at least up until, I think I've seen the first 5 seasons, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I do. Like Flash, yes. So, like, first 5 seasons I think I watched. There's been a lot. And I love that show. I love it so much. I think it does everything right in regards to comic books. And I've made this statement before, and I meant it, and I half expected I would regret saying it, but I'll stand by the statement I'm about to make, and if you're a big fan of comic books, you'll understand why I'm so apprehensive. But the Flash CW show might be my favorite superhero medium thing outside of comics. So like video game, movie, TV show. That's it. That's my number one. It just does everything right. It's got like emotional scenes, it's got great action scenes, it's got suspense. There's little nerdy references that you can find spread throughout, foreshadowing that you wouldn't notice unless you were a fan of the series. It keeps a lot of the old school comic cheese, but just enough angst to make it like emotional. Like that's a hard balance to do, you know as well as I do. Especially on the CW, they're very tempted to just go way too hard into the teenage angst. And they do just enough to make it emotional, but like they respect the old school comic book goofiness, and I love that. There's a villain called the Rainbow Raider. He's Rainbow Raider, and his God-given birth name on his birth certificate is Roy G. Bigelow, because Silver Age comic books were ridiculous. And they kept that around. He's just a dude whose parents named him Roy G. Bigelow. And he's a rainbow-themed bad guy. I love that. Like, comic books can be goofy. just have fun with being goofy, right? Alright, I get you there. There's a lot of comic book content out there, though. It's like just between shows and movies, but like the millions of comic book issues out there, it is hard to find. I think I was fortunate enough to, at a young age, been guided through some really good comic book content. I think that's really what it is. Like you've either bumped into some really good stuff and you got attached, or you haven't and you haven't. There's nothing wrong with that. Find the key card to access the main tunnels. Reactivate the big taps. Gain access to the King Rat's hole. I vaguely remember this one as one that I enjoyed, so hopefully I enjoy this one. I wouldn't mind sending you a couple of comics, like short comics that I myself really enjoy, and see if you wouldn't like them, but if you decline the offer, no hard feelings. I just feel like comic books are very hard to get into. It's a problem that they recognize because they've been trying to. Every time comic book companies try to reboot their properties, that's why. How do you expect somebody to get into this comic when it's been going on since the 50s? And you have that much backstory to keep up on, so they reboot them, and it never goes well. When you've got thousands and thousands of issues, like, how do you find the good stuff, like, right? So I'm offering to be your guide, right? But if not, no worries. So these are the ones that the rats can eat for health. I was wrong. Yes. I've got a few preferences. I'm very nerdy and I've got nerdy opinions, right? Some of them are good, some of them aren't. I'd be willing to offer some. Yeah, no worries. I just want to help. You know, like that's the thing about being a nerd. Like, there's certain things that you really enjoy, and you want your friends to enjoy them because you want your friends to enjoy stuff. So you're like, here's the things I enjoy. You also enjoy these. Be happy like I'm happy. And sometimes they don't share that, and you know, you need to be able to take a step back and, you know, not take it personal, right? Yeah. Yeah, rats. Yeah. You're dead. Okay. Hey, buddy. Right. Well, I expected this area down here to be poisoned because, like, green gas. Green gas is usually the poison color, right? In a video game? Green equals poison? Maybe the dog can blow that up. I don't know. I've had some really powerful comic book moments in my life, so like, yeah. Can I just? Oops. Or fire, or I don't know. Red's kind of all over the place. I mean, green or purple. Sometimes purple's the poison color. Not always, you know. Like in Zelda, green is the magic color. But you expect green gas to, like, you never just want to walk into green gas, right? Because, like, if the game developer gives you gas of any color, it's usually not good. Like, why would they put that there unless it was bad? But I've got some specific comic book memories. As much of a nerd as I am, sir, get out of my way. As much of a nerd as I am, like, I think we all, like, whatever nerdiness we subscribe to, Doctor Who, anime, I don't know, Star Wars, Harry Potter, whatever you're into. we all have like those emotional moments, those scenes that stick with us, and like, I mean, I want to say shape who we are as people, because that sounds like very extreme, but yeah, like, I think some of the things I'm into have made me more or less of a good person. Like, I'll give you an example of that. I've never shared this story with anybody. There's an actual line. There's a Captain America quote that is directly responsible for me adopting Ellie. I would not have had Ellie if not for Captain America. So I think that's funny to think about. Superheroes, they inspire me to be better people. Like, heroes right in the name, but sometimes, at least I used to, look at them and as like a guideline, like to be a good person. I haven't always been a good person, and like sometimes I look at superheroes, certain superheroes, as like a role model for what you should and shouldn't do. Because it's not enough to be like have superpowers and punch people like that's fine, but that doesn't make you a hero, right? Yeah, better bees. I am deciding if I should tell you to fill because now I'm a little embarrassed. I'm thinking about it. Okay, I think I just need to. Wait, hold on. We need the card to get through here, right? Yeah. Silly. I think we can open that. We might need the king rat to get in that rat door. Hold on. Or do I just need a rat? Hold on, let me, I don't want to get all emotional. Hold on, I'm gonna just share the picture with you. A long story. But yeah, my favorite heroes, I will say my top three, kind of controversial. I know not everyone's a fan of Superman anymore. It's become a trend where people like to, especially with Injustice, people love the stories where Superman goes evil. And that's kind of like, I'm not a big fan of that. Because he is like, in my mind, he's the quintessential hero, because it's less like, I was talking to my brother Shiny, he's not a big Superman fan. And his reasoning was, he's too strong. He can do anything. Like, there's no, like I was saying before, the quality of the story depends on the villain. You need an intimidating villain. And if your hero is all powerful, he can do anything he wants, where's the threat? Like, it's not a good story. But that's like not the point. The point is, well, with Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. If you are a superhero who can literally do anything, that burden's on you. If anyone in the world ever dies, ever, that's on you because you could have saved them. He's all powerful essentially, but he does need to sleep. So when do you decide to sleep? Because the time you decide to sleep, you're basically deciding who's going to die because you weren't awake to save them. And I think, like, looking at it that way, he can do anything, but he's still a man trying to do his best. He doesn't have a guideline. He's just a farm boy who got these powers, and he's just trying to do everything he can to save people. And when he fails, like, he feels that extra hard because he knows no matter what happened, like, he could have prevented that. And I think that's just very, I don't know. You always gotta try to do the best you can, right? It's not about what you can do, it's about what you should do, right? And oftentimes we look at that the other way around, like, what about superheroes that aren't superpowered? They're just not as strong, like Daredevil. We say, oh, it's not about what we can do, it's about what you should do. Doing the right thing. Same's true for Superman. It's just with great power comes great responsibility, so imagine how much responsibility he has. Okay, hold on. But this one here, this is a famous one, so you may have bumped into it before. But this is the Captain America business that really stuck with me, and every once in a while I just need to be reminded. It keeps you. You gotta hold yourself to the mark, right? You need to stand up and be counted every once in a while. You read these stories about superheroes, and you gotta make sure, like, you're never gonna go out there and fight crime and stop bank robbers, but in your own way, you can be a positive contribution to the world, right? So superheroes keep me in line. But this one here, I'm actually gonna go coffee. I'm out of coffee. Oh, hold on. I forgot to take my sad pill. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna assume that was enough time, hopefully. Maybe. We'll see. That's an important one for me. Well, now it's very embarrassing. Okay. So, I don't think we can get to the King Rat yet. So, let's try that bridge, I guess. Share candy. Sir? Rat? Okay, yeah, okay, right. Fine. Oh. I mean, if you want some, you're welcome to it. It's just, alright. It's, prescription sad medicine, but, you also need to take it for a month before it starts working. And if we're being completely honest, I don't think it is working. But my doctor told me to keep taking it, so here we are. Right. Where do we go? Okay, so we need a key card. We need a key card to get to the rat. We need the rat to get to the exits. So I'll take the rat and we're gonna see where the rat can get to. So that was where we just were. Yeah, I do the best I can. I mean, I'm not hopeful it's ever gonna get better, but you know, I can follow instructions. Say what you want about me. I do frequently. I can at least follow instructions. Dog can't get in here, can he? Right? No? Right. No. Okay. So I gotta think there's just something in there that we didn't get. But no, Superman, Captain America, and Spider-Man. My top three. There's a bunch that I like. Thor's a really good hero. People like him because he's really strong and he's just good at smashing stuff, and he's funny in the Avengers. If you read his comics, he's actually really noble, and he's a good dude. Why would I need to kill that fox, though? That's the thing. Like, I could. What would that do for me? I destroy these. I can't destroy those. Huh. Can you break these? No. You do that. Okay, you do that. So maybe I could use that to get across somewhere. I don't see why we would. They do it all the time. One of the other Avengers is Hercules. So, nope. Um, Wonder Woman isn't a direct deity, but she also has Zeus and Hera and Ares that she hangs out with also. I mean, it is like I mean, everyone's allowed to use those characters as long as the stories are good. And if we're being real, the in the comic books, Thor is much different than he is in the well, he used to be. It used to be Thor. Donald Blake had the hammer, and he's sort of like when he had the hammer, he transformed into Thor. But if he lost the hammer, he would turn back to Donald Blake, his human form. And eventually, that got changed back, where Thor was just Thor now. But he's also a really rad dude. Hey, I loved WandaVision. It's so good. I never watched Loki because I kind of hate Loki, but WandaVision, amazing. Moonstone, good morning. I am still on. I am having fun playing games and chatting with my friends about video games and comic books and anime and nerd stuff. I didn't think I was going to like WandaVision as much as I did, but I loved WandaVision. Because I was upset. I was like, not to spoil anything. I wouldn't spoil anything, but the way the Marvel Universe did Wanda originally, I was very disappointed because like that's the thing in comics, she's Magneto's daughter, and they couldn't use him, so they had to figure out some other way to explain her powers, and they just screwed that all up. So they really like WandaVision fixed all that, and I'm happy without spoiling anything, right? I'm like, it looked like just such a gimmicky idea. I'm like, I was very wrong, and I'm willing to admit I was wrong. It's a great show, great show. Whoa, man, and it introduced another one of my favorite comic book characters, a very obscure one that not like nobody talks about. There was even an episode that was actually like spooky, like actually creepy. I loved it. So we got a fox, we got a rat, we don't have a card. What's going on? Hold on. We got a fox. Right. So I gotta think there's an area with the rat I'm missing. So hold on, let me grab a rat again. Right. Can I, buddy, would you get down here, please? No? Okay. Right. But it was a really good show. If you haven't seen it, I only recommend things I think are really, really good. That was really, really good. I like like Loki's a good bad guy. I really think he got like overdone because like everyone's a fan of him, and now he's in like everything. He's in every Marvel movie. He's just got his own show now. It's like I feel bad because the actor who played him is the most wonderful person. But like, yeah, it's just I think he's overdone. The same with Bucky in that universe. Because like if you watch the Civil War movie, Bucky was one of the main characters. The three main characters were Iron Man, Captain America, and Bucky. In the comic Civil War, Bucky was even like he was there. He was in like one side panel in a picture where people were fighting each other. He was in the background. That was it. And Marvel was just really determined to make him a main character, and that's they've just been shoehorning him into stuff. So we're a rat. The fox can push those around. Does it want me to use those for something? Why? What is happening? Okay, hold on. Ratman, what are you doing? Is there like something behind here? Maybe? No? Okay. The Civil War movie was a big cop out, though. Besides that, it was long enough ago now. I'm not gonna feel bad about breaking down why I thought it was a betrayal. So, assuming you don't want spoilers for that, I'm about to get into that. But it was a long time ago, so you know. Oh God, just from start to finish, just everything. There we go, everything. So like, if you're all familiar with Civil War, the reasoning for the catalyst for the whole situation, the government was saying that the Avengers were causing collateral damage as they were fighting bad dudes. The example they gave for that was like, well, here's you saved the world, but this city got destroyed. Okay, sure, fine, whatever, government man, sure. And it's just like, in a realistic world, I have a hard time believing that would actually ever come up. Like I understand our government screwed up. That seems weird to me, right? But in the comic, they had a much better reason. What it was is, in the comic books, you have much more, a lot more characters, right? Because in the movies, they need to keep introducing these people. In the comics, there's just thousands and thousands of characters, right? So there's a superhero team, the New Mutants, and they fight crime, but they're just a bunch of teenagers. And they do dumb teenager stuff. What is happening here? So they actually do a lot of the stuff that they do for like fame. Like they fight crime, but they also want to be famous. Like they're teenagers, right? So they're fighting this villain, and he's like a higher end villain. Like he's a big name villain, and they get excited about it. So they're fighting this villain, and they're like making a show of it and recording it. And the villain gets cornered, and his whole shtick is he causes big explosions around him. So yeah, they gave him the chance because they were just like messing around, and he caused a big explosion. And the thing is, where they happened to be fighting was around an elementary school. So yeah, that happened. So the government sees these superheroes goofing around, and as a result, a bunch of kids got exploded. And that's a much bigger that's understandable. If that happens, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe these people who can explode schools, maybe we should do something about that. Versus, yeah, we know you saved the world, but that building got blown up. It seems a little silly once you read the comic book first, right? So that's one of the things. But like they couldn't do that because they don't have all the characters in the movies, right? I guess. I still think like you shouldn't have to do a whole movie to introduce every single character you use, right? Like if they wanted to just throw the New Mutants at the beginning of the movie, do we really need an hour and a half for each of them to explain who they are? Like no, right? Like I don't know. I'm nerd mad. But that's why. So that's like after seeing that, it does make a lot more sense. And then at that point, it really did become like Iron Man was for the Registration Act and Captain America was against it. And they all lined up accordingly. There's got to be a tube or a pipe or something I'm missing. Okay, hold up. Can I... You can't destroy these, right? But you can move those, right? Oh, ah... You can't move them up the slope, even if you did. So, like, there's no way we're getting those out of this room. So there's got to be a pipe or something somewhere I'm missing. Let's go look again. And like, why would that fox be in there? Ah. But and then throughout the movie, Bucky's involved, and there's a reason for that. And then like Hydra shows up, and there's Baron Zemo. They have to fight, and it kind of gets sidelined. Like the whole like hero versus hero thing gets pushed in the background halfway through the movie so they can fight Hydra. And in the comic, that never happens. Like from start to finish, it's heroes against heroes, and you have to like conclude that story. They don't get like because like they get to just like, oh yeah, all that arguing that was happening, we can just pin that on a bad guy now. Now we don't have to actually address the issue at hand. We get to just blame Hydra. The end. Which is disappointing because it was a good argument. Like it was a good discussion they were having. Like personal freedoms versus like the lives of people who can't shoot fireballs out of their hands. And that just got sidelined in the movie. And then, of course, because that happened, it escalated and got further and further. So, like Captain America, Iron Man, right? He had to resort to more and more brutal measures to make sure that he was winning, and he eventually went down the side of badness, imprisoning superheroes in the negative zone, which is like essentially like hell. Like, yeah, kind of. You're there, it's constant misery just by being there. So he built a superhero prison there and started throwing people in. He started paying supervillains for extra muscle because they were starting to lose ground. I feel like we're just gonna be stuck here forever. Alright. Guys, what do I do? I don't know what we're supposed to do, and I feel like I hate that we're just going around in circles. I'm sorry. But that got out of hand. And then the funny thing is, Baron Zemo did actually show up, but he was hired by Iron Man. So that's funny. Just, one of Iron Man's people. But I get that. They didn't want to make one of their big property dudes like a bad guy, so I guess. They're like, we still gotta make Iron Man movies. We can't have people hate him. Right. So... is there no way to get back up there? It seems we're trapped. Alright. So... I guess let's keep looking around for the route. One more pass down here. Wait, hold on. Let me try something. Because, like I said, there needs to be a reason for that fox to be down here. So we really should be the fox, right? So let's see. We should be exploring this area as the fox to see where the fox can get into. That was wrong of me. Because with that teleport thing, I may be able to use that to get places. Hold on. Because it's called a teleport, but can I go through stuff? Can I? No. But I might be able to use to get over stuff. Maybe. So like... I mean, that's that right there, so that really didn't even matter, I guess. Can you swim? You can swim. Have we just not been over... What? I am so sorry. I promise I don't just choose to be like this, and if I could stop I would. Okay. So So what's this store like? Oh. Hey, Mr. Doctor Man. I'm assuming you've got a key card. Right. Guys, we cracked the code. Oh, that took so long. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm enjoying our company, but I am so sorry. Might go back for the rocket dog in that case. Yeah, let's go grab our rocket dog. About positive he's this way, right? So yeah, if you've ever been watching Civil War and you think Tony Stark's motivation is really flimsy, that's why, because it originally wasn't that. And I guess one last spoiler, so if you don't want to hear about that, cover your ears for Civil War, but it was a comic book thing that happened a while back, but I'm about to discuss the ending a little bit more, so it was a while back. How in the movie they kind of end on somewhat civil terms. So it's like, yeah, that thing happened, but Captain America's like, you get the impression that they're gonna amend. The end of the comic, Captain America dies. Like, dead. Sniper. Bullet through his head. Dead. So yeah, it got heated. But like, they couldn't do that because they couldn't make Iron Man a villain and Captain America dead because that's two of their biggest properties. They would never do that. But yeah, that's how it goes in the comic. Okay, so this is a mesh fence we can't. Oh, hey, there's the puppy. Gotcha. I was gonna say we can't get through it. We really have no reason to get through it. What's down there? Okay. Okay. That's fine. We've got the dog for that purpose. Heavy enough to push barrels, I think. I was gonna say, if we have to go back and get the rat, that'd be very disappointing. Ah, Sam Strawberry. Thank you. If they would have actually killed Captain America, I would have been mad. Well, he's a comic book. Of course he comes back. Sam Strawberry, good morning. How are you doing today? Feliz cumpleaños. Which is, of course, Spanish for happy cumpleaños. Alright, well. Oh, it is you. Thank you. Congrats. Good job. Way to go, champ. Oh, that is a. I mean, if I may say so myself, that is a spiffy B emote you got there. Oh, two of them even. The second one didn't load. All right. What's in here? If you fall down here, what would happen? Because we can't be soft locked down here. I refuse to believe that. So what's down here? There's just a ramp. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, we got another faucet to turn on though, right? So spatially, okay, hold on. Oh, I've not done a compliment in forever. Okay, gotcha. What's over here? Hold on. I'm exploring, and I promise I'm paying attention. We're going backwards. Okay, Sam Strawberry, one of my favorite people. Let's see. Hold on, I'm trying to decide what to compliment. Because I don't want to be someone samey every time. I just happen to love all you guys all the time, always. How do we get up over there? But no, Sam Strawberry is a very vibrant person. That's how I'm going to choose to describe it. And if you've ever interacted with Sam Strawberry, you know exactly what I mean. Very vibrant personality. Yeah, thank you. You're wonderful. Like, passionate and full of life. Sam Strawberry is the kind of person who will tell you exactly how she's feeling in a good way. Like, you know, like, she doesn't hide anything. She's just, everything's up on the surface, and I love that about her. She enjoys something, she lets you know she enjoys something. She's mad, she'll tell you about it. And that's actually, like, that can be refreshing. Life has a way of wearing people down, and, like, you know, I'm not saying she's always cheery all the time, but the fact that, like, it dulls you, and the fact that she's able to go around her life and, like, carry that around with her like that's amazing. It's refreshing, and she's just very fun to be around. So there you go. That's going to be the compliment. Okay, so yeah, like that's just who you are. That's how I think of you. All right. So we need to cross here, and no matter how hard I hit this wall, we can't seem to materialize above the wall. So that sucks. What are we gonna do? What are you? Oh, you were a dog. Okay, now I'm an idiot. Alright, I'm dumb. Hold up. Right. There's a way we can do this. This is a dog. And you'll see these boxes aren't the destroyable kind of boxes. There's a reason for that. We have to jump across. Dog. Thank you. I appreciate you. 10 out of 10. So I gotta think there's a missing box. Let's see if we want to find another box. Right. See how we jumping? We jumping. Just like Crisscross warned us about. Can I use this thing? I can probably use that thing. I could use this box though, couldn't I? It'd be bigger. Yeah, let's use this. Thank you. You're wrong, and I love you dearly, but thank you. You know, you can be wrong and still be loved. That's okay. Do they just like wander back over? Hold up. Or did I like just respawn them or despawn them rather? Right, probably, likely. If anything, I'm flesh beat, but I like to think there's a little bit of me in each of them. Probably. So yeah, that's definitely doable. So yeah, we can do this. If we spaced it just right, we could probably do it with two, but this will be easier. I'm gonna have to ask you not to say the frick word, please. This is a wholesome, family-friendly Minecraft server. Oh, that reminds me. Hold on, I was actually needing to write something down. Hold on, let me find my notepad. I appreciate you guys. Moonstone, you're also wonderful. Hold up. I got asked again, like I keep getting asked about like doing a Minecraft server for our community. So like I promised I would actually take it more seriously to see who would be interested. So now I was gonna say Defoe said they would, so I'm actually gonna make a list. I'm like, because I asked on the Discord, but not everyone sees everything on the Discord, so it's like it's very hard to do a poll that way. So I was saying every time I bump into a new person on chat, I've been wanting to like get their opinion on it. So like, Defoe did. Let me see. And Crafty did also. So Defoe and Crafty. And hold on, I'm trying to do an actual poll, so like in a more casual way, but whenever I have people pop in. Don't unleash the profanities. This is a family stream. Okay, Strawberry, Moonstone. Big, what say you? I know Amber did also. Hold on. So, I mean, that's quite a few people already, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to get excited about anything because it's usually like I get excited about something and all of a sudden it's like it doesn't work out and I get really disappointed. Is my problem. What happened? Okay. Yeah, I don't want to get hyped up about it and then find out it's not going to work. That'd be sad. Alright. I have no idea about anything Minecraft besides everything is a box. That's what I know. No idea what that means, but yes, also. I mean, I would likely have someone who knows what they're doing. What? Hello? Yeah, I would need someone who knows what they're doing to set it up, but yeah. Ah. So... Hold on. Wait. So, I need... If I got the fox over here, okay, so the rat sinks, but the fox could get over here and through there, so let's find the fox again. Guys, I know we're planning stuff, but I'm trying to be a dog. Dog. Oh god, I got another joke, but it's not family friendly. I'm so upset. See, if this was an episode of 3000 Bees After Dark, I could be giving you these jokes. Oh, that's too bad. Let's locate our fox friend. I think it was over here. Yep. Yes. Agreed. Sam Strawberry, you're a treasure. But sometimes just smaller doses. Sometimes, just sometimes, we try to be family friendly around here, right? Just that's not fair. I'm teasing. You're wonderful, and we do lunch lady on stream. You're great. Hey. I think you also would understand if I said, like, you could be very, very sometimes. You know what I mean? You can be very sometimes. There we go, yeah. I think that's the best way to describe it. I think in here somewhere is the king rat. So we're getting there. It certainly looks like a king rat. Right. So that's the king rat's powers. He gives off like a toxic aura, and he can summon other rats around him to do stuff for him. Oh, that's adorable. Thank you. They'll never think of you the same way again, and that would break your heart. I got you. I understand. So hold up. So I really don't have a choice here. We have to use a fox in this. Okay. So we're just gonna have to make this work. So I'm thinking if we can pick off the rats by themselves. I'm pretty sure, like, we left some health behind, so if I need to leave and come back, we can. We just need to kill the rat. Yeah, like, no, I feel yeah. I'm the same way. Imagine swearing. Oh man, miss me with that. Nope, I agree. Gotta set a good example. I got you. I'm the same way with my kids. Ouch. Really? Sir? Wow, that's a lot of rats. Whoa. What are you guys doing? Our best. Okay. Okay, we got one. Make another pass out of them. Wait. Did you die? Hold, did he die? That was really weird. They're just down here. Like, that thing's alive. And it's not... I think he's so far away from it, it's not working properly anymore. Like, they're supposed to follow him around, but it's so far away, it doesn't know what to do. That's so cool. Guys, we're cheating. I mean, you know, if the game bugs out on its own, I didn't do anything. Right? I don't know what that means, but thank you. Is that all of them? So how are we meant to hurt him then? Because I can't hit him without him hitting me. Like trade damage, maybe? Ah, well, I respect you. You're being very adult, and I appreciate you. It do be a scam though, but also I respect you, and I hope you have a nice day. Please make sure you stay hydrated, or else. All right, we took a lot of health away there, but we got hurt ourselves. So now let's go heal. Yeah, like without the rats even, he's hard to take out. What am I intended to do there then, right? I mean, maybe just like narrow him, like corner him like I did, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, try a little bit harder to corner him in a corner. Hmm. Yeah. See, she's sweet. Very, oh, like I said, the health was there, I think, so we already got it, right? So we gotta go back a little bit. I know we have some health boxes, but we gotta get out of here first. Yeah, looking forward to it. Boop. Oh, doing college stuff. What? 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 Game giving me my health? Thank you. Say I've earned it. There was a point in time where I was going to be able to go to college. Signed up and everything. That's disappointing. Oh, no, don't think about the past. You're just gonna get sad. Yeah, you don't think about the past ever. Just take my advice. Just don't think about stuff. Right. Ah! Fight me, rat man. Okay, I think if we corner him like this. Whoa, why? How am I close enough for that to hurt me? Okay. There, we got him. I say we got him. That pushes me back, actually. That's messed up. That's actually very uncalled for. Wait. I'm an idiot. Hold on. Would that attack hurt a rat? It's poison gas. I'm a rat. Would it? Nope. He doesn't even try. That's me being stupid. Oh my god, I literally just needed to. You know, we got there in the end, team. That's messed up. Yeah. You know, he's a big beefy boy. You know, you gotta run on diesel sometimes. Um, actually, hold on. I think I messed something up. I think I messed something up. Hold on. Or, no, it should be okay. Maybe. We'll see. Because we gotta get that trophy. And I think I just screwed myself. It's funny, yeah. Some of them it's electric, some of them it's diesel. It's just it's a fun game. It's silly and fun. This should still be fine. We'll see. I need to get over there with something that's not a rat, because a rat can't get over there. I'm not sure where the fox is, the dog. I don't know where everything ended up. Well, that's... And the other dog is in the water, right? I just screw this all up. I think I did. I mean, I guess we'll see. There might be another way. So I think now we're just going to the exit, like the exit's right here. MX, good morning. How have you been? Appreciate you stopping by. I have missed you. Ah, puppy, hold up. Guys, I was wrong. We got the puppy. We win. I'm doing alright, you know? Playing a video game. And I've got some really nice company, so that's been good. I am glad to hear you've been doing well, though. Alright. This is Space Station Silicon Valley. So, wait, hold on. What sense does that make? That is so weird. Why? You possess robot animals to solve puzzles and fight and stuff. So, like... What? How are you supposed to get in there? You can open one door from this side, you can open one door from that side, so like, how would you ever be able to do both? It's on a timer maybe? Probably? But I can't now get back through there because I have a dog, I don't have anything small enough to fit through there. So I think I just screwed myself. I can't get back to the throne room. That's very disappointing. I mean, it's always morning. Just, you know, time's not real. Yeah, that's disappointing. Alright, yeah, let's finish up the level then. That usually works. So there's that one. On the rat one should be over here somewhere. Right? Yeah. Every animal in this game is a robot. You'll see those rats have wheels. Alright guys, come on. I have no purpose for any of these rats. Alright, well now they're all underwater. We're going to accept that as a victory. We can try one more. Kill the fox family, destroy the Rat-O-Matic. Alright. Yeah. I mean, you know how I feel about robots, but I really don't like robots, but I mean, in all honesty, it seems like we're about to destroy the Earth ourselves, so like, yeah. If if we make ourselves extinct and the robots want to crack at it after, I guess that's yeah, they're welcome to it. We won't be using it anymore. Alright guys, we're going to war. Let's see if we can find any more rats first. Big fan. Love rats. Love mice. Or in this case, Diesel. The king rat runs on Diesel. We need a fox to get up there. So this is the second objective. We gotta get a fox first. What? Well, hold on. Where'd my other my boys? Get over here. I mean, you just plug them back in. It's fine. You got more juice. Sometimes we run out of batteries. You just gotta take a nap, make a sandwich. Get over here. I don't know. We won't be using it. I imagine it'll last a lot longer without all the people, cars, trucks, and whatnot. Can I go in here? I can go in here. Oh, this is the Rat-O-Matic. It's like the Mousetrap board game, right? Gotcha. So alright, let's just go fight the foxes. And like we established, time's not real, so like, that's fine. Rats, get over here. Oh my god. Guys. Stop running into the wall. Ah. That mouse is that rat's my favorite now. The one that insists on going into the wall. All right, guys, come on, get together. We got war stuff to do. Come on, Where's Jeffrey? Oh, Jesus. Jeffrey. Nope, nope, nope. From now on, he's going to be called Walter. Alright. Come on, guys. We can do this. I mean, I call them sky puppies, but yeah, basically. Oh, they're going to attack me now, aren't they? I wasn't even considering that as an option. Right. Alright. So... the Ratomatic, hold on. I think... if you leave a rat on the Ratomatic, it spits out stuff over there. Hold on. I think that's maybe the objective. We have to kill the rats and put them in that spot over there. If that's the case. I know I saw some health somewhere. Now I really don't need these rats to follow me. I don't have to kill them though, so I guess we'll keep track of where they're going. Dicky? What? Well, I killed one of the rats. That's funny. Yeah, I don't understand either. Okay, well. Weird. Hey. Sorry, Walter. Walter, knock it off. Ouch. Walter, you almost killed me. Ow, you're grounded. Let me go heal. Because there was health in here, right? In the corner. Okay, so the rest of this should be pretty straightforward. I mean, do we want to turn off the Rhinomatic though? Because if we do, we can't omatic these rats, right? How do you want me to do this? Hold on. Point can you get up there, or can you? Oh, hold on, wait. Could it be? Like, if you put a rat here, I think it would, like, suck it up. Hold on, what is that up there? Ah, Amber, good morning. I disagree, but also good morning. What is that thing? Oh, I don't know. It's fine. We'll just complete the level. It's fine. Amber, how are you? I'm doing okay. I'm about to sign off here probably, but I'm doing okay. We're chatting about making a Minecraft server, so like, I'm excited about that. I've been doing better about asking people who show up. It seems like quite a few people would be into it. Country to be born into. Oh, well, we have snow outside, so that sucks. I guess it just depends on your weather preference. Because I love the rain. Ouch. Well, hey boys, got it. Thank you. No, Amber, I respect you. You're wrong. So that sucks. Oh, okay. Right. Well, benefits. Name a benefit of snow. I will list some things that snow's bad at that hail doesn't do. It looks cool. You know what? I think hail looks cooler. I miffed. I'm sorry. I hate to bust out the M word, but I'm miffed, Amber. No, yeah, Minecraft. I was finally getting around to. I'm asking people about like Minecraft servers for the community. I missed that message. Nope. This is strictly no snow zone. Nope. What are you? Hold on. Starting area, right. It lets the grass sleep. Just a blanket for the grass, thank you. Oh, I love that. I miss back when yeah, you know. Well, I think I'm tired. I think I'm gonna sign off actually. Yeah, I'm coming up on 5 hours, right? Yeah. Make a save state. We'll pick this up some other time, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I appreciate you guys. I'm very tired. Just very, very tired. I'll see you guys around. Take care of yourselves, please. Also, or else. Message me if you feel like it. Otherwise, I'll be around. Get some cereal or something.